Shield.
Oh, I didn't have any music on. Whoops.
Accurate.
Good job.
You did it straight.
I was like, why is it so quiet? Oh,
Correct, sir.
I was sitting there like, why is it so quiet? Oh.
Derp. Yerp.
I usually don't forget that.
Look at this nerd. Hey, look, Lone brought pizza.
No. No.
What's wrong with pizza?
You know why.
Is there a tower involved?
No. But there's most certainly an Alluvia involved in knowing him.
Oh, I see. That
That's
joke is
dead.
old.
That's a dead meme.
Meme. Unless he wasn't joking about it, but yeah.
Hopefully that's working. Evidently not. There it is. Okay, cool.
Oh, speaking of Alluvia pizza, that just reminded me. Considering that Lone had like him as like a cameo for his little thing on Mondays, he has him running a pizza joint, and I thought of a name like mid-session, and I said Alluvi's Diamond Cuts. I was like, why did I think of this just now, kind of thing. No reaction? Nothing? Okay.
I have coffee.
Alright. I'll be right back.
Something that I cannot drink in character.
Yes, because that's how Glacy goes from being Glaceon to an iced mocha.
Did you know I actually had a plan for you remember the attack on New Treasure Town at the start of Chapter 3?
I do.
Where you first fought a Necrozma outside the room? Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I actually had a little plan where the second half of that attack, the Zealots actually like nabbed Serenity and ran off with her, and Glacialis and Araya ran after them, and that's when Araya was introduced. And then the session afterwards, the town had a town party, and Glacialis accidentally ingested cupcakes that had coffee in them, without knowing. Hi, Shanna!
That's a lot of cupcakes.
And then Glacy just kind of like lost it, and you had to go after her and get her to chill out and stop fucking with time.
You're just like, Glacy, chill. Glacy, what the hell even is that?
Cakes abound. Only the
Pretty
most
sure.
delectable.
Pretty sure it's a
Only-
Snickers, Hypera.
Only the most delectable of cupcakes.
And I hugged the Senna and thanked them for the sip.
Womp. I mean, in relation to being a sudden laugh joke, it wasn't meant to be.
No, that D20 hates Snake.
Ah, yes, the curse of 7.
90% of the rolls are under 10.
Wah. I was just reading back at what was being said there in chat because I didn't have the stream open. And 90% of your rolls. We don't know. Why don't you try rolling again? Let's see. 2. Ah,
Rip.
oh, that is unfortunate. These D20s really do hate sniping. What the heck? Glaceons are experts at chilling out. That's why they're all. My lawyers have advised me not to finish this joke. Okay. Oh, without a doubt. Machine dice are a lie. And then when he finally stops using the dice in general, he starts getting 20s, 20s, 20s. Oh, look, Hypera gets a 17. Apparently. Lucky Rabbit's foot be real here, gentlemen. Did you already clear chat, by the way?
Nope.
There you go. Figured I would remind you just in case.
And it's not like anyone would have seen anything.
Well, no, it's just because you tend to do that in general.
Do we have any journals, by the way?
I don't think so.
Hey, thanks, sorry for the gift to Bryce.
Has entered month 7.
Damn it.
I just noticed something.
Hmm.
How long has it been since the 4 items were centered on the screen instead of at the corners?
Since the start of this chapter.
Gotcha.
That's actually part of the image itself, not objects.
Yeah, I figured as much, because I was just like, I noticed it too, how it looked like it was a little left-leaning.
No, for chapter 5, the items were at the corners.
Around it. Yeah, they were around it.
But now they're centered.
See,
Hmm.
I'm trying to figure out what this one is.
Go ahead, AK.
For the journal, I meant to write one, and I had a great line for it, but because like when it came to the journals, like and workshopping a line in my head along the lines of, it was a saying in the village that. Sorry, and it just slipped my mind.
Oof.
No worries.
That's a
Yeah,
really-
all right, it just came back to me.
Go
the
for it.
name. It was a saying in the village that when Zorellen died, Cassia breathed a sigh of relief with a single lung. The other, but it held its breath with the other lung, waiting for the other.
Now that's a saying.
Yeah,
Soon, DM.
yeah, it's gonna be about like part of it was going to be tackling the whole
Mm-hmm.
people getting some relief from the news that Desolate was no longer around, only for us to find out that nope,
He's still alive.
I'm so sorry for that.
See,
I mean, it's not like we haven't seen this trick pulled before, so
yeah, it's not like being used on specifically this one guy. No. This happened on somebody that was a little less prominent.
Desolate. I'm gonna be an enduring antagonist. Patrick, no, you can't do that. You were last game's antagonist, and you should be dead by now.
How about I do anyway?
Hey, at least he's
Yeah.
not, at least he's not doing shit today. This time.
This time.
This time.
I mean, Aluvi hardly even knows the guy, so he didn't think he deserved that little shooting to the head thing. I mean, while everybody else around him just looking around like
Where?
no, don't, no comment.
I just thought of a comment that I am not going to be saying. Alright.
Okay, let's see.
Aluvi does not know any better.
So yeah. If we're all ready, we can get started. Do we have a Levi?
Nah.
Alright.
Isn't that the normal response you have from getting slurped? Why are you acting like you got slurped?
No, that's a much different response, I assure
Uh-huh.
you. Hey. Nah.
There you go.
Okay. First. Yoink. Welcome to session 98. 2 sessions away. Are you
2
excited?
sessions from the big 3-0.
Big 3-0? You mean
Rio.
Yeah, big 3 numbers.
big 3
Oh.
digits?
Well,
I mean the big
if-
1
if it-
double O.
Well, I mean, if it was 3-0, yeah, I should. That was poor wording on my part. That would have been a 1,000. If we had been doing the campaign for 1,000 chapters, I'd be worried.
Same.
There are some people who are crazy like that.
Smile.
Yeah,
I mean, Critical Role has probably been going on for that long.
we don't talk about that.
Sure we do.
Okay, that's them.
Actually, there's a guy that's had a campaign running for like 30 or so years that just have people come in and drop out every once in a while. That he runs in his basement.
Are you talking
mean-
about that silly campaign stuff?
If you have a campaign, like, and you have it weekly, to reach 1,000 sessions, you only need about 19 years.
God.
Only, they say.
But the thing is that this guy even says, like, if your character dies, that's it. That's game over. You cannot return.
What are you, banished from the table or something?
Basically.
So,
So you better make sure your character survives.
speaking of
Go
the
ahead,
table, What are we doing at the table?
Drinking tea.
So, Levi is doing a bit of light reading, specifically a comic book. Just minding his own business for now.
Well then.
Yeah, 0 hour.
When Silas just kind of having a small discussion with Rain. Idly let the
Rain-
others speak.
Rain is just taking notes, but actively listening
A wild
and
Danica.
contributing. There is, in fact, a wild Danica who may or may not be plotting my demise.
Why would she be plotting your demise?
Oh, I don't know, Gigas.
Why not? Because it's a Giga.
Oh, you.
Oh, you were. We were just saying it.
Oh god, my demise, it approaches.
We were
Oh look, it's
just
the
saying it.
consequences of my actions.
Like, it's like, why would Giga be plotting your demise? Oh, I don't know. Maybe because of Gigas.
And they at the mention of it, bing!
It's like, I've been summoned.
Hi there.
Either way, hi Giga.
Hello.
How are you?
I'm doing fantastic.
So how was MFS?
That's good. Wait, what?
Giga was not at MFF. MFF is on the exact opposite side of the world from her.
Oh, okay.
Indeed.
Planes are expensive.
Fair enough.
Ah,
As are Reese's. But yeah, speaking of opposite side,
Oh god, we
Yeah,
really,
literal
we really are at the opposite side of the table.
but not opposite sides of the world. Get over here.
Danica is probably carefully sipping on her own mug of coffee, looking
Coffee.
almost too tranquil.
Good dutifully noted. But
Here comes the consequence.
we'll get to that. But no, Levi is going to set the comic down just on the table, open, before looking over to Leo and Ariel and just asks, so, just to make clear, are you sure about this with regards to the whole testing?
after what happened a few days ago, probably better than me than you. Besides, he just flicks the little vial on his ear. I've been keeping this thing on me for the past several months. Might as well be put to use for something.
1 moment.
Oh boy.
As I said before, Giga has an amazing sense of timing.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Either way, Levi's gonna just put their elbows on the table and thinks like, I mean, you don't need to put yourself at risk. Like, it's already been at least 72 hours. It's not in my system anymore.
What have I done since I came here? What meaningful thing have I done?
Levi was about to answer that, the first part, but then they added the second part. It's like, pause, think.
Finger holding up.
Admittedly, if you have, it hasn't been in my. I haven't noticed.
Exactly.
Sorry. Oh. I see.
At least something to make my girlfriend rest a little easier.
Right. Okay. Well, listen. Something that makes this a lot safer for you and everyone else involved. How much do you trust, well, anyone here? Do you have anyone here you trust?
He just kind of idly looks to the left.
Good. Good, 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 good. And I know for a fact.
I don't feel good about that comment that I made about her brother. I wasn't in a good mind back then.
To be fair, none of us were when we first got out of everything. But hear me out. Something that was done when I was still in the cult is still possible now because of the bond that I have with one of my teammates. Ergo, having someone that can keep you grounded despite being on the drug. You know what the drug does to our mentality.
Yes. And Esmeralda helped me at least not to go that far.
Exactly. She had a means to, well, when she spoke, Gigas or no, you listened. But that could also be done through trust, not by just force. My teammate here has proven that to me. He says, glancing over to Padrock quietly.
He just slowly nods.
If it can happen with me and him, I have a feeling that if you and Ariel work together, testing will be as safe as, well, taking normal medicine.
Honestly, I'm a little nervous for you.
For me? What are you nervous for me for?
Someone's been glaring at you for a while since they got to this table.
It is at this moment that Danica picks the oh so graceful opportunity to set her cup down with enough force that Levi would be able to hear it, as she taps her fingers on the desk.
Womp.
Why do I hear boss music?
No.
Levi hears the cup hit the table and pauses, and we're just glancing over to where Danica is.
Leviticus.
Uh-oh.
Hi, Danica. We haven't talked for a while, actually.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, for anyone looking on, you can probably see Levi's ears just roll back a little bit, like, uh-oh.
For the record, Danica doesn't look like she's mad, per se. You know the almost comical amount of serenity someone who's really, really, really pissed off can have?
Uh-huh.
Yep.
I'm gonna put the notes away. She has seen her way out of this. Goodbye.
Oh boy. Levi just sighs a moment before putting his arms on the table and just leaning forward. So how have you been since we last spoke?
About as well as I can expect given the circumstances.
Still normal. Understood.
An absolutely lovely weather we are having. So, This latest stunt you've pulled.
Levi just lifts something. Like, hold on a minute.
I am going to be nice and understand there may have been extenuating circumstance. So I'm going to give you 30 seconds to explain instead of the usual 10.
Let's make it quick.
It was nice knowing you, Levi.
What do you mean? Okay. Oh no, Levi's right there. Okay, good.
Yeah,
Um,
Luby's literally just staring at you, just like, better make it quick.
Levi is just like leaning on, like, ponders, pauses. You know what? I'm gonna just have a little fun with this. Give me a minute. Timer. Let's see.
You know, just to be on the safe side in case something really bad happened, you know.
I am actually gonna set up a timer here, and I'm doing this out of character, so I don't take up the time.
It's just like,
You know what? That's fair.
it's
Okay,
literally
so-
just it's a case of, in case you actually cause lasting damage on him, this will be a preventative measure. Refract, on the other hand, no, I can't prevent that.
She has temporal sensitivity. She knows exactly what 30 seconds is.
That is true.
Like I said, I don't think a shield would even reduce the damage that she would do to you. That's why I'm going like, no, I'm just going to prevent statuses. I think that'll be the more optimal play
Go on.
here.
Go on, Levi.
Actually, this probably be more fitting of Danica set the timer themselves, but I digress. So Levi's gonna pause a moment, like taking a moment to gather his thoughts, think, and it takes about 5 seconds before he starts explaining. And okay, go. So we were in the lab. I had an entire formula ready to go to actually, cure the mark. Use the cure. The side effects kicked in. I found myself feeling like I was burning everywhere. Then suddenly I lost entire control of my body. That wasn't me. Teleported out of the place. Had an entire fight with my team. Damn near died. That wasn't. Oh god, the timer went off.
Just suddenly stop.
No, like the timer actually muted all the audio, and I just heard the clock very clearly, which actually shut me up too.
Oh, that's hilarious, actually.
You
But,
just. Oh, sorry,
It-
you go.
That was the
Go ahead,
buzzer.
please.
You just see Danica just like, pick up the cup of coffee, skull, however much of it is left, set it back down, noticeably more gently this time, and just let out this long, drawn-out sigh. Well, thank you for summarizing. And thank you for not getting yourself killed.
I had a
trust
hand in preventing that.
at that Danica would actually nod to a Luby. Before turning back to Levi. You understand, I understand you have probably been told off about this enough, so I will keep it brief for both of our sakes. Don't pull a stunt like this again, kid.
I assure you, I don't think I'd live long enough to do it again.
Good. Glad we are on the same page. And on
You
that
also-
note, Danica would sort of just blip.
Oh dear. Admittedly, he doesn't have any more.
And this is for scaring the shit out of everybody. And she punches Levi right in the solar plexus.
Oh god.
Wait.
You can do a struggle move for that.
This is what they call the plexus punch.
You know what? Sure. Just for shits and
Go
giggles.
for it. Go for it. I can take it.
Oh
Or you
no, that was
think
almost
you're
that. Okay, I thought that
That's
was
a rip.
Danica uses question mark.
She didn't give
That
her
ain't
struggle move a name.
That would do it.
Just punch.
I mean, to be fair, the struggle attack was used in a very specific way, so I guess even the moveless couldn't understand it.
You know what
Even
the struggle attack should be called?
What?
Surf.
Surf punch. I mean, to be fair, she did just surf across the table.
She really did.
In jokes.
And after she does that, she'd actually pull Levi in for a hug. This is for making it out of there in one piece.
I'm getting very conflicting messages right now. But thanks.
Where did you just hit him?
Stop.
Uh,
Solarplex.
He'll be fine. He'll walk it off.
I sincerely hope so.
Ugh.
Because it looks like it did quite a number to him.
Recovering from a sympathy wince, Padrock would look over to Danica, saying, "Well, it's good to have you back in town again."
It is good to be here, though I do not know for how long.
Levi's just gonna say, just one more thing. Crap, that hurts. The thing that kicked all that off that I did worked. And not just for me, but several others.
And that is the only reason why I'm not suplexing you into the ground.
You say that it's not like my fault. And Necrozma's an asshole.
And Necrozma's an asshole.
You know, Danica, I don't think he would really deserve something like that after, well, basically single-handedly coming up with this cure for that. Though, I may have flipped him on his head and dropped him on his head yesterday.
I would have paid good money to say that.
Well, he was trying a new move. On me.
To be fair, a certain Floatso did kind of beat the shit out of him as well.
That's why I'm being nice.
Yeah. Sapphire has a mean fucking punch.
Yeah.
Oh.
And with that, Danica's gonna be nice.
Yuck.
Oh god, just literally just a time reversal. Wait, where did he go? He just disappeared.
Too far back! Too far back!
Levi like unborn.
Rewind. Wait, hold up.
Like, hold on, you're going too far,
Wait, go back.
It's like, no, wait, go back. I had my family still. Wait, that came out dark. Sorry.
I mean, isn't any joke about this campaign going to come out dark?
Just about.
I see a 19 over there.
Anyways,
Don't worry about it.
But yeah. Thanks for that.
My apologies. I had to get a little bit of it out of my system.
Oh, you're fine. You're not the first. You're not the last. And to be fair, my entire party kicked my ass.
I didn't.
You didn't. I'll give you that.
I specifically made sure that I did not harm you.
Yes, directly. Your body, your gems, however, are still sharp.
I thought you ignored those.
No, I don't.
Then,
Out of character. Out of character. Is rough skin defensive?
yes.
Oh,
Yes.
wow, it is. Then yes, I would ignore those. Never mind. I didn't know that.
Oh.
Moldbreaker. I forgot. I genuinely forgot that it was.
Even I forget you had it
I
sometimes.
genuinely forgot that it was defensive. Never mind.
Moldbreaker is a useful ability.
Moldbreaker is literally a counter Aluvi because all of his abilities are defensive. He has a sturdy, rough skin, and illuminate. Those are all defensive.
Yeah, I'm actually looking through Danica's abilities right now, and most of them are also defensive.
I mean, I have one that's not considered defensive, and that's Omen, but I rarely ever use it.
Yeah,
Well, yeah.
it's a 50-50 between defensive and utility, honestly.
I'll be honest with you, Omen feels like it's a little dirty with my setup because of Illuminate, because I can basically get a total of -4 accuracy penalty on somebody.
Hmm.
Yeah. Levi just shakes off the foot before glancing off to watch Apollo head off for a moment. Either way, the plan right now is to, well, continue research. Though at the shall I say, enthusiastic persuasion of Olivia and just about everybody else at this table, I have been requested not to directly be the test subject of my own design for a while.
I understand, but this isn't exactly a simple thing to get willing participants for. Just promise me you won't get yourself hurt in the process.
That okay.
Again.
You and I both know I can't promise it, but I can promise I'll do my best not to make that happen.
That is all I can ask.
And that goes for anyone else involved in my shenanigans.
Looks at Danica with a couple blinks, just like, am I a joke to you?
That is confused.
Now that we're on the same page. Yes, hello.
Sorry, I'm Leo.
Leo. It is nice to meet you.
Are you?
My name is...
Go on. Sorry.
My name is Danica.
Nice to meet you. Wayfinder, right? Yeah. Sorry. Are you able to do that if someone is on the thing?
Danica raises an eyebrow. It takes just a second for her to realize what thing Leo is referring to before she just looks thoughtful. I want to say yes. There isn't exact. The most restriction I have of that ability is the longer something goes on for. Insert whatever condition it is, the harder it is for me to rewind to a certain state. It's easier to rewind a minute than it is, I don't know, a week.
So a war of attrition?
More or less.
So if someone just took it.
I would say I would have an easier chance if it was fresh than... Well, you see Danica wave her hand.
Then, other question. I have no idea how this whole thing works. If you did that, would the Doge come back too?
Hmm. Can you elaborate?
He just kind of fidgets and taps his little necklace. The drug, would it come back as well?
It depends if it was in your system by then or not. My power rewinds everything and anything in that person. To the point where even their aging is affected. In small uses, it usually does not posit a problem.
But what does it do?
But-
But what's it do? But what does
Stutter,
it do
stutter.
to you?
Da, da, da,
though?
da.
As far as I can tell, it is single target rewinding. I have not fully tested how far back I can rewind something, nor do I get the feeling I want to know. That's a can of wormhole I'm not willing to open.
Given that look she gave you, she points down at the lake. I don't think it would be a good idea anyways, but my question is, Leo's trying to figure out if it would work to reverse the drug, I would assume, but what does it do to you when you use it?
Me?
What are the drawbacks?
I will be honest, I don't typically use it for, well, much more than a few moments at a time. How I typically use it is rewinding in chunks. Rewind to a set point, take a break, rewind again if need be. You get the idea. As such, I don't truly know how bad the drawbacks would be. At worst, it gives me a headache, but that's more from the disorientation than anything in the past.
And perhaps it wouldn't be a good idea to test it in such a case.
I will be honest, I refrain from going too far with it, if that makes sense.
Given everything that's going on, I'm not surprised. And given how long I've heard you live, I'm definitely not surprised.
To be honest, I don't think any of us expected my specific circumstances. I could still be in my 20s, I could be physically in my 30s or 40s. I could likewise be somewhere in my early 20s. I have no idea anymore. Or I could have stayed the same.
After a few decades or even a century, I don't think it matters anymore.
I'll drink to that.
You know, you're still in books in my time. The Legend of the Wayfinders, even told 3,000 years from now.
Well, ain't that something? We never even realized we were doing something so big. We were just trying to figure things out.
It's not all the time a cataclysmic event happens, so to speak.
You can say that again.
In fact, the last one I remember that I can recall being spoken of before yours was the one that happened 3,000 years ago.
To be honest, even any of the records I've seen on that are sparse or
Indeed.
seem overtly exaggerated for what they detail.
That's neither here nor there. What we should worry about is today.
I know. Danica would actually glance over at Padrock and Luvi, respectively. I know that all of you have had your fair share of disasters, so to say.
Standing up nicely.
Yeah. It's unfortunately common.
If you were expecting an answer from a Luffy, he probably looks at you like, what?
So what is your lot's plan now? I have admittedly not received the most information about what to do next. For the most part, I've been remaining on standby should circumstances call for it.
I think that's been long past the point of circumstances calling for it.
I know, but there's only so much I can do on my own.
Linsilla gives a little nod to Danica.
Even with my abilities, Cassia is a big place. Lots of people. And lots of factions, too.
Well,
Have you considered being a little more direct?
There are a few people who outstubborn me. Suffice to say, there's a few.
well, you did help quite recently, in fact. That trip that you went to Faith Bay a couple weeks ago, that wasn't small.
Mayhaps.
Where is that?
Faith Bay.
Yes. Team, well, Ruben, Kua, Sapphire, and Danica, at least, went to Faith Bay a few weeks ago. You remember that incident that happened at the volcano?
Yeah, we had to deal with Groudon, and Rayquaza came around to save our tails.
They weren't the only ones who woke up.
Yeah, figures. Where one is, the other one follows.
If it's getting bad enough that the both of them woke up, I am remiss to see what will happen at this rate.
Remind me, which one was Groudon's opposite?
Kyogre.
Giant, land, sea, whale? I'm not
Whale.
sure what to make it.
Well,
It kind of does.
Whale.
I know it does. I know it's a whale, but it's like, isn't it basically an island?
Leviathan whale.
I wouldn't call it an island.
I mean, it may as well be big enough for one. At least that's what the storybooks depict.
The storybooks can be a bit hyperbolized.
Speaking of storybooks, Padrock turns to Danica. How badly did Reuben get panicked being so close to all that water?
Luckily, my specific set of powers makes it easy to deal with water. I am very thankful I was there, if I'm being completely honest. For his sake more than mine. It was dangerous.
Let me guess, surf?
You'd be surprised how useful it is for oh, I don't know, bending off giant waves, threatening to swallow you.
Fair enough.
A niche utility, but a utility nonetheless.
I cannot afford such utility.
Mm.
Though, let me think. If that would make all three of them having woken up, and I'm assuming you guys were able to put the Lord of the Sea to bed. Yes?
In not so many words.
I frankly remember it trying to put me into a fissure, and then it reminded itself that it doesn't work on me.
That's the Lord of the Land, and that's a different story. We dealt with that.
And that is exceptionally lucky. The rate of disaster has not been lost on me.
Well, what's up, Lancela?
That said, I would assume you put it in a safe spot.
Yes.
Then that only leaves you left.
Which one is that?
Hmm. Alright, I'm gonna just whisper you. God damn it. You're
Apologies.
Just-
God damn it, special characters. Making it
Giga.
impossible.
Giga. Just do /whisper GM.
Yeah. And even if you were typing my name, you could just type RIAH and it would come up.
Yeah, like just /W GM, and it'll automatically go to the GM.
Yeah.
Yeah, there we go.
This is a little awkward. I shouldn't be shouting across the entire way. Excuse me for a moment. Maybe it's easier if I actually come over here and talk.
Probably. Although,
I was barely able to hear what Linsela was saying.
well, don't let my sternness and seriousness sour your afternoon.
I don't really view you as being too stern. If I'm being honest. I view you as more being tired. And
Well,
I
that's
mean,
wonderful.
I mean tired as in tired with everyone else's nonsense.
Well, you're not wrong. Yeah, since everyone is there, Danica would actually pull out from out inside under her scarf a small blue, what looks like a gemstone, but if anything, it looks similar to the amulet of time.
You have a bauble too.
It's getting bad enough that it was deemed safer to keep the amulet of faith with me.
Oh, is that what that is?
I only used it a few times in the past, but
Yeah, if
Well.
I'm being honest with you, last time I saw a blue gem, I couldn't stop myself from nibbling on it. I've grown up.
Uh-huh.
Why are you looking at me like that? Stop it.
Oh, nothing, just thinking. Either way, Ariel.
Hmm?
I will say that, the notes. This didn't leave the paper. The notes for the actual cure for I say cure, but the remedy for Swarnangi is, at least to my most recent attempt, it would still be on the documentation within the lab. You should be able to get it, and or you already know where it is, to synthesize everything that's necessary. It's not meant to take a long time to make, but if it needs more time to cook and or more time to make it, make whatever changes you need to make it happen. I can also be with you to help out make it a reality. I don't mind.
For the most
As long
part,
as I don't...
for the most part, it's finished. We just
Oh,
have to sort of figure out how to ration it.
that's...
I think I can kind of help with that.
Would be appreciated.
Rationing out something is something I've had to learn how to do quite recently, and a lot.
Well, leave it to the doctor to do the doctor things, I suppose. I'm an alchemist, not a doctor. There's a difference.
Which is why we both kind of work together on this.
Leo just makes a little chuckle at that.
Right. But I'm sure we can make something happen. It's just not going to be me this time. Although, Danica, don't try to attack Leo for this. They're taking care of this, so I don't.
Well, I am thankful you have skilled individuals and professionals helping you with us.
I'm anything but a professional. But I'm also not biased.
Nevertheless, I know what my plans are for the foreseeable future. What about you, Lot?
Well, aside from chasing the next tragedy, working on it. We're still trying to figure that part out.
Truth be told, I don't even know what's gonna happen by tomorrow. Everything seems to be a new thing every day.
Yeah. Most of my plans currently are stuff for when all the disasters are over.
Yeah, I've barely had enough time to plan for myself, even just spending time with my own parents after the whole mark removal has been more of a stress relief, if anything.
What? Wait. I remember. I know what I can probably go work on tomorrow. But it's something of a secret. For now.
Is it because Danica's here?
No, it's because you're here.
What?
You'll find out.
Now you have me dreadfully curious.
Padrock winks to Levi.
It'll be fine. I promise you. No one will be hurt.
I wasn't expecting anybody to get hurt. Should I be worried?
No. Actually, Levi paused and I was like, I mean, if anyone gets hurt, it'd probably be me, but I digress.
You're not making this better for yourself, you realize.
Yep.
Then she gives a glance to Danica. So what is your next plan?
The plan is to get enough juice to get everyone out of here. Or at least stabilize things enough that we can get everyone to a safer place. To do that, and I can't believe I'm saying this, I'm going to be retrieving the rest of the amulets.
Is there a reason they were sealed away?
Safety more than anything. Given what the amulets are capable of, as well as what the temples are capable of. Mind you, just being in one is what is what gave me my powers over time to begin with.
So, you don't happen to know about what happened at the Temple of Insanity, do you?
Well, I know what happened.
There's a really big cat there now, guarding it.
Oh, of course, there's another one.
And are you saying that there's more of these ruin things?
They looked like they had swords for teeth.
The one I encountered at the Temple of Faith didn't have swords for teeth, but had a. I think the easiest way I can describe it was a large bowl or cauldron
I'm sorry, what?
It. Oh.
on its
It
on
wouldn't
its
have-
head.
Oh, it wouldn't have had the bowler cauldron. It is the bowler cauldron.
That is really bizarre.
Somehow
Yeah.
that is the weirdest Pokemon species I have heard of.
Okay, just you see, Levi just ponder one. Was like, okay, we found one at Insanity. You found one at Faith.
Yeah, it looked like it was an ice type in our case.
There isn't one of these. Oh, good.
I will say I did sense something unusual about it.
Just
Like it wasn't.
Oh.
It's hard to say.
Thankfully, he
Um,
didn't attack us. He was sensible enough to speak, so.
Yeah, and tell us to leave because they're the guardian of the place. Speaking of, you didn't happen to find one of these things trying to replace you, did you?
Unfortunately, I have not made it. I've heard that there might be something there. I haven't exactly had time to check on the temple, ironically enough. Although,
Somebody could have.
although your statement makes me a little worried. I think it might be best if I head back there to at least check on it, on things.
Yeah, heavens forbid that something moved in while you were away.
I fucking hope not.
Out of character, give me one moment of pause.
All right.
I'm just giggling to myself over the it's like, okay, so we know it's the bowl, and we know the sword is in the Temple of Insanity. What could it have been for the other two? It could have been one of the other. It could have been the fish, or it could have been the other one. And Giga gets replaced by a fish. Oh god.
That's what I was like holding on for to like do in character.
Oh,
Like,
I was just thinking about it making something funny. That's all.
I didn't realize it was in character. I thought it was out of character.
Yeah, that was out of character.
No. Oh, that's what you're about to do.
So
So,
giant.
Go on,
Go ahead,
Nathan.
AK.
Badrock drums his fingers on the table for a moment before turning to Danica. Hey, do you have a way to contact us or a friend from the temple?
Contact?
You know, like one of these badges.
Out of character gestures at Eaton
Oh,
because like Danica's a living radio.
no, that's right.
Everyone always forgets that.
I forget it a lot because you don't often come up.
I mean, to be fair, it's one of those powers that, as useful as it is out of
Doesn't come
character, doesn't come up due to the setting. Yeah.
It's like, yeah, Heliolisk has this really cool and niche thing. Never gets used.
Well,
Well,
particularly her.
hang on. With that, you'd actually see Danica extend her frill out. And she closes her eyes. I'm gonna be honest. I've never actually physically described how this ability works.
Is it the
But,
cone of shame?
No. I've never physically explained how this works because it's never come up in passing. To be honest, I forgot about that last line.
And electric type Pokemon. Oh. Hi, Levi.
It
No
just,
wonder she was staring at you from across the table. She knew.
there's a bit of static at the tavern as Emmy's frills just kind of like perk a little bit.
Yeah, like and me and Levi's just like you just see parts of him just perk up, like, huh?
And then she reaches under the bar and like pulls out something that's like kind of giving off a bit of static.
Yeah, because I admittedly, we never gave this a range somehow, which I'll be honest, I don't know how.
Honestly, I feel like it would be like 1,000 miles.
I mean, satellite dishes have decent range.
Yeah.
I'm
So
a
long as there's another dish to bounce off of, but yeah.
I'm gonna put it like this. Do you have any idea how far 1,000 miles is?
Bigger than Cassia.
And then some.
That means Danica would be able to detect every electric type Pokemon in Cassia. That's too much.
That's
Why
worse
not 1
than
mile,
detecting. That's worse than detecting every temporal anomaly there is.
Oh god,
And
the
she can
imagine
already do
that's
that.
why no, that's exactly why she has headaches. It's because she's detecting everything. She can't make sense of it all.
No, I'd say it works about 20 meters that she can detect electric types, and then she can send signals that like can go across the region.
If you
Yeah.
if you want to be realistic about it, I'd say about. Hold
Half
up.
a mile.
I'm gonna put this in terms I can understand. Radio towers simply do 120 kilometers, so I'll say 100 kilometers.
How much is that in a meters?
100 kilometers is 100,000 meters.
Oh,
I'm just picturing Danica sitting on top of a roof like you would with where you put a satellite dish.
Yeah. I'm just trying to think of how this would work. So the radio next to Emmy would probably be a little garbled at first, but then you'd hear testing. There it is. There.
Okay,
I don't use that one very often. I'll be honest.
good. Padrock says. Okay, when you get to the temple, you have to send a message for me. So you're probably going to find a couple of beads that look like that have a firefish body, or you're going to find some wood tablets with a giant snail body. You gotta
I
let us
beg
know
your-
which one it is.
I beg your pardon.
snail.
Well, that's what the other two are.
A fish and a snail. He just looks at you like dumbfounded, like,
I
if it's a Magikarp, I swear.
A fire magic card. You know, that's not that off. In all my years, that's not the weirdest thing I could have expected.
look. The images don't really. Well, they didn't have too many details. They just were more of a rough outline.
You said they're all ruinous powers.
Yeah, they're cursed objects that formed bodies from the elements around them.
Why does the world work so strangely that they give cursed objects sentience, of all things?
I mean, they're not ghosts, but it's... You know how some objects gain sapience from being around strong emotions? Like Honage.
Okay, fair, but Honage is a ghost type.
Well, I will keep an open mind, and I will inform you depending on what it is.
Speaking of staying, oh, go ahead.
Badrock looks to the other two. Anyone want to make bets on which it'll be?
I'm going to vote the fish. For any other reason other than the fact that it seems amusing to me that that Danica, sorry, that Danica would come back and find it in the river that you tried to dunk yourself into while you were covered in, what was it again?
Sodium.
Yes, the boom river.
You know,
It would be delightfully ironic.
you know, then I gotta go with the other one. I mean, a giant snail, you know, time powers counteracting slowness.
Whichever one is more ridiculous, because knowing my luck, that'll be exactly what happens.
be fair,
Curiosity.
To be fair, the sodium-filled river, there's something about that just screams ruinous to me.
Hey, Danica.
Aye.
Time, faith, insanity. What's the fourth one?
Ah, yes, good old rejection.
Rejection! Right.
It makes as much
Right.
sense to me as it does to everyone else.
No, I think I can understand where they get the name from.
Okay, I was curious. Either way,
Rejection is
my
a bit of
bet.
a I would feel like rejection is a bit of a strong emotion.
Indeed.
If my understanding from the old legends were correct, it was about rejection of, like, past humanity, stuff like that.
In that case, my bet is on the... Oh, this fish that was mentioned.
The firefish?
It would just be my luck if it was the firefish. I am hoping it is not the firefish, but it is probably going to be the firefish.
Right, I just remembered. If it is the firefish, you're a steel type.
That isn't the part I'm worried about. If anything, it's what's done to the temple.
Submerged it?
I don't want to think about it.
Fair enough. Considering there are other Pokemon that live there as well, as far as I remember.
Yep.
Come to think of it, that reminds me. Levi,
Yeah?
when we were at the Temple of Insanity, do you remember what that guardian said before we were chased out of the vicinity? Didn't he literally call an entire town of Pokemon to come after us?
I think that was unrelated. That was more of a dragon stampede.
Pretty sure
Right.
that was unrelated. Yes.
So it could have been just the timing of it all. Never mind.
Pretty much.
Aye.
I'm going to have my work cut out for me.
Though, curiosity. Any idea what Apollo went off to go do?
I have no idea. I've not seen him all day.
I guess I'm going in the direction of the mansion.
Perhaps it would be best for you to go catch up with your friend then.
I'll go check on him. And with that, we can transition over to see what Goss and Apollo went up to.
Meanwhile, Luby's gonna go back to the lake. Family time and all. Family bonding.
Yay!
I mean, if Danica wants to go see what he's up to as well, then she can join Levi.
But what's he doing before they get there?
Apollo recently snuck into his house, really just away from everyone, and started writing down a note that he's going to be tucking into this little cupboard right here. As it's a bit of a time capsule. Out of character, Glacia, I can share the current work in progress text with you before going forward with this.
Oh boy.
Secret.
Secrets.
Secrets.
Secret journal.
Secret
Secret
tunnel.
journal.
Secret
There you
journal.
go.
God damn.
Through the sessions.
Secret journal.
This is still very much a work in progress, but yeah, you can give it a quick scan through and you'll get the general gist of what's going on.
I see.
What's the gist?
Smile.
Big fucking smile.
Okay. Alright, cool. So after Apollo leaves this paper,
Tucks it away, and anyone who is not in the house a lot would not suspect any sort of change or anything to be out of place. Maybe Reuven would know. Reuven or Kua, but nobody else would think that there is anything different about what's just happened. Apollo.
there's claw marks in the dust of the shelf.
Well, Apollo did dust off a bit. Because, it's his fucking house, okay?
Nah, I get it.
Alright. That's done with. Apollo reaches out and does a downward dog stretch before making his way out of the living room and towards the front door. And when I say he left a note, this thing would be a few pages long. So he would be there for a bit.
And by the time it starts coming out, a couple other people start coming over.
Yep. I'm gonna just shift this way. And shift this way.
And others can follow.
Yeah, sure.
You gotta join Danica, or are you good?
I probably should tag along.
Yeah, you need more you need more time.
Smile.
Ha 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 ha.
More screen
heard
time,
that.
if you will.
Haven't heard that one before.
Hey, I was being honest.
What's the matter, Time Guardian? Need more time?
I walked right into that one.
God damn it, Glacialis. In the background.
With the rate of the jokes, someone may very well run out of it. What?
So,
Heard something that threw me off. Either way,
as Apollo's coming out, approaching the
Yeah.
door,
Levi's going to walk over to the door and just was about to give a knock before. Oh, like Harley, like lifting hand to knock and just, you know what? Where's a good
Doorbell. I
that'll
never
do.
got around to installing that.
There, but no. Levi lifts a hand to knock on a door, leaning forward to do so. As he's about to knock, the door opens and he just catches himself before he leans too hard into a knock that would never happen, and just uprights himself.
Having fun there, Levi?
What do you mean? I was just gonna knock on the door and you kind of almost made me fall over. Either way, hi.
How have you been?
Well, aside from getting punched in the stomach, I'm fine, by the way. I'm fine. I was wondering where you went off to.
Didn't go too far. Apollo looks at Levi's gut and then looks back at Danica, connecting the dots very easily. All right.
I was at least nice.
He was, in fact, nice.
Apollo
Doesn't-
just looks at Danica. I think I know too well what you mean by nice.
I was gentle. A little upset, but gentle.
There it is.
Big gentle, a little upset,
But gentle.
All these years and you haven't changed a bit, Danica.
Comes with the territory.
All right. So, sounds like we have the day to ourselves. What are you all up to?
Well.
Honestly,
Oh, you
Go ahead.
go, AK.
there you go.
No, you.
All right,
No.
Padrock. Okay, Padrock goes. Well, honestly, not a whole lot. Been taking it mostly easy after the shock we had last mission.
That's understandable.
I have been informed that the phenomena I witnessed at the Temple of Faith with a so-proclaimed guardian may not be a localized incident. So I'm probably going to be making a stop by the Temple of Time to check in on it before I move on to other duties.
Normally, I'd offer to see if we could come with you to help out with that, though.
You all need rest. I have been informed about some of the happenings that have occurred lately, and quite frankly, if any of you tried to follow me, I'd zip you back here in a heartbeat.
Well, you are correct. The team needs rest, but the other thing I was going to say is, Cleo's hinted at being done with a particular section of a project that just needs to get delivered to a closer staging point for where it's going to be tested.
Is that so?
Does the term bunker buster mean anything to you?
Danica can roll focus on that if you want.
You know what? Sure, just for shits and giggles.
Meanwhile, Levi is going to.
So you remember talk in Team Plasma many years ago about such a thing being used a few times.
It's faint and ever so slight. but you see a few beads of sweat rolling down the back of Danica's neck.
Cleo recently came across designs for one such weapon that could be called a bunker buster. Padrock also found the recipe for an explosive agent. He claims it's a little more potent than TNT, called Torpex. And, well, we're putting those two together to make something that's going to hopefully give us a bit more of a biting offensive edge when going after Zealot bases that are a little more entrenched than others. Because after all, if the front door is so heavily guarded, why not just make a different door?
Curiosity. Shouldn't we be talking about this, like, inside or something?
I mean, we first have to test this thing out to see if it works, but that seems to be what Cleo is looking forward to, and she wants us to help with the transportation of the prototype for this thing.
Well, depending on where she wants it to go, I suppose I could take a detour.
Well, she's making a lot of noise about wanting to transfer it to a staging point close to Malva City. She knows the further details, and she's going to brief us on it the day that we transport it.
Malva City.
Really close to the Indigo Mountains. Somewhere in the Indigo Mountains, there's a village of shaman. Sarah's out there. She's still herself.
If things line up, I may join you for that. Because I do need to make a stopover at the Temple of Rejection.
Well, if you do find yourself able to join in, try and get a hold of either Ruin or Kua. Apparently they have something special planned for their particular role in all this.
I will keep that in mind.
Drink for everyone.
Oh, sure.
Slurp.
Drink.
Nice storm.
So, if we don't really have any other plans, I suppose one thing I could do is do a bit of training down in the training yard and speak with Aracella about something.
I'm not sure how much longer I'll be in town this time, since I'm probably going to want to get back to the temple sooner rather than later.
Well, if we're keeping you from work, I say we can cut you loose and let you go handle that. But it's always
Aye.
good to see you again, Danny.
Likewise, Apollo. She will also like lean in a little and whisper to Apollo, "Keep Levi out of trouble from him, will you?"
I will, Apollo says, before just leaning in and lightly headbutting Danica right in the chest.
Yeah, that Danny would just gently scruff up a bit of the fur on Apollo's head.
Insert one whole Miltank lick on Apollo's head.
Pat the floof. Alright,
All right,
you lot take it easy.
we will.
I'll be in touch. Oh, and Padrock, I'll be in touch if it is what we think it is.
Badrock gives the thumbs up.
And as for you, she turns to face Levi.
Yes.
No trouble, you hear?
Look, I'm not possessed anymore.
Danica actually smirks a little.
Like, I'm not possessed anymore. I've turned a new leaf. I've turned one since I joined the team. Things just happened.
Get yourself into trouble, and I'll personally kick your ass again. She says this with a smirk. It's not that she's going to actually kick his ass. It's more of a boy, you better come back to town in one piece next time.
God dang it, Bobby!
I
It's like, God dang it, Bobby! I'm gonna kick your ass.
It's like, just Levi just ponders and was like, considering the fact that if Aluvi's not there to take a hit, I am the one to take a hit. You wouldn't happen to have any skills in mind that could help to be more resilient on the battlefield, would you?
Add a character. I need to think about that.
Endure. Endure.
It's well. It's not that I have a specific way to make myself more durable. Unfortunately, the ones I do have use my own unique physiology. Things that I doubt would translate well to your body.
Yeah.
However, I think I
How?
can teach you a trick I have.
What do you have in mind?
Out of character, does Levi have the edge critical dodger?
No. Wait, does he? I
I don't think so.
The one where users are immune to critical hits? Hang on.
No, he doesn't. He does not have that.
I mean, if I remember correctly, Danica still owes Aluvi a little trick in the case of medicine use. The one little patches that they use.
I mean, what do you think, Uriah? You think it's fair if I let Danny tutor the team and having it an edge or two, or in Aluvi's case, a feature?
You could potentially do it. I don't see why not.
Yeah. Yeah, I think she'd only be able to teach what she knows.
Mm-hmm.
Oh right, that reminds me. We were supposed to give her other edges.
Edges, features.
We'll come back to that off stream actually, but
Yeah.
sure. But we'll say that Danny quickly teaches the party a few of her tricks. Is that alright?
Sure.
We can
Yeah.
discuss later.
We'll discuss later off stream. Yay! But at very least, Danny is the one thing Danny will probably share is how to roll with a hit a little easier.
Roll with the bros.
Those attacks can knock off your center of gravity very easily. But if you have enough control of your body, you can use the momentum from them to propel yourself, so to speak. In the most literal way I can say it, roll with the punch, not against it. I find it makes it hurt a little less.
Okay. I'll give it a try.
And with that, I best be getting my butt moving. I don't know how long these self-proclaimed guardians have been at the temples for, but I don't want to know what they've done to my house.
If you need help, you know where to or you know how to get in contact with us.
I just imagine Danny comes in, finds one of those ruinous powers in her house. It's like, you came to the wrong house, fool!
Bitch, you came to
That's-
the wrong neighborhood.
Danica, cocked shotgun, get the fuck out of my house.
Like, that was just the first thing that came to mind. I was just like, you came to the wrong house, fool!
And with that, Araya, I don't think there's any. I think with that, Araya, Danica's probably going to start heading off.
Yeah. They can head down
Yeah.
south to start heading to the temple.
Yeah. Danny would wave off the party one last time before heading off.
It was great having you.
Yeah.
Fantastic as always, Giga.
Have fun with the rest of the town session, you lot.
Will do.
Wee.
That's a threat, by the way.
Wow.
Am I wrong?
I shall threaten you with a good time. Alright, I'll catch you guys later. Have fun.
Thank you for joining.
Just like that.
Now, go press on the rest of my duties for the day.
With that, Levi is going to head down to Sunrose for a moment.
He just looks at Levi and just smile. Hey, dear.
Hey there. How you doing?
Well, I've been great. Garden's been growing good. I've been getting so many new berries.
Understood. Speaking of berries, would it be alright if I can get a hold of 3 sugar berries?
Oh, of course. That would be 1,500.
Not a problem.
She's,
And with that,
she just pulls them out from the little wood bin that she's got, hands them to Levi. Here you go, dear.
oh god, I had 1,500 exactly. He hands over the money. And then quickly realizes I should head to the bank for a bit. Thank you.
Of course.
With that, we're gonna just do one of these numbers. And from the bank, pull about 4,000. Actually, yes.
Then Summer just smiles and gives him the money. That could be it for you?
Yeah, for now, at least. But thank you.
Come again.
Will do. check the shop for a bit.
Out of character, I just had a freaking store associate moment there. I hate it.
I hate it.
That's hilarious.
Well, that's the
I
Come back again.
I apologize. That was not my intention. Anywho, I'm gonna go ahead and. Oh, at this point, I'm just doing my rounds. But actually, yeah, I do need to head to Eaton.
Actually, freaking window.
So 8K.
Yeah,
Feel like being Eden for a bit?
sure.
What did I interrupt the fox doing this time?
You, you'd see, come across Eaton, and he's bent over one of the tables, looking away. It looks like he's just like doing boring paperwork filing. He doesn't even look up or slow down from his process as he cheerfully says, "Hey, Levi, what's up today?"
Hope you doing well. I actually came by to take care of a few things. One being the ship upgrades. And the other being working on another side project that's not so dangerous. Quite the opposite, actually.
Well, let's get the ship stuff written down first. What'll it be this time?
Me pulling up the ship, the airship to check what I did last time. Or what's needed. You know what? Sure, let's go all in. Let's go ahead. You know what? Levi looks at the airship and just lifts a finger to Eden before hopping on the ship proper and looking around. And after a moment, makes a decision. Let's hit the weapon systems the best it can be.
Eaton finally set some of the papers aside as he turns to jot down what upgrade to do.
Are you doing physical and special weapons upgrades?
Physical and special. Getting them to max. And with that, that's no longer a factor. Now the other project. And with that, Levi would leave the front counter, go around, and enter the office proper. Before setting down on the counter 3 shuka berries. I want to get this misting device going. We have pretty much everything already in place. It's just a matter of figuring out the last few things on it so that it actually functions.
The misting device itself should be too problematic. I think there's actually an inventor in Malva who made something like that. Nothing for that works this quickly, but with some adjustments, I think we could get it to work.
Okay. Sounds like we have a small plan then. But do you have any plans from this prior researcher? Anything written?
Eaton fiddles under the desk before pulling out of character. You know those like incense. I guess the devices that like make like you put one of the scented oils in, and it kind of fogs it and makes that steam that you smell in the room.
Incense burner?
Not burner, but
Incense, mister.
not in incense.
A humidifier? No. Aroma diffuser?
Posting an image in players only of what I'm thinking of.
Yeah, an aroma diffuser.
Aroma diffuser. So he like puts out something like that on the table.
And Levi stares at it for a moment before looking at the berries and is like, that may work, but I'm not sure about how effective it'd be if we give it to someone else.
Yeah, but it'll at least be a design to... I'm not expecting it to work from the start, but it's just more something to work off of rather than working blind.
Fair enough. Then let's see what we can do. So taking the device mentioned, Levi would already start looking it over quietly before seeing if he could safely disassemble it. A bit of reverse engineering to see how it functions. Nothing too critical. He's not pulling out any blades or doing destructive things, but just going after screws and potentially glue if necessary to just see what makes this thing tick. And I will roll. Aid Cake, can you do me a favor?
Yeah,
Can you roll Eden's Tech Ed?
sure thing.
Because I'd imagine they'd be working together on this.
As Levi works, Eaton would say, "Don't worry about needing to tip it over or anything. It's currently empty at the moment."
Oh, that helps a lot. Let's see. Not terrible. Not my best roll, but not terrible. So, getting a general understanding of the device isn't too difficult. Of course, there are some things of how it'll work, how some of the electronics works that can be a little bit confusing. But considering there's two electric types, they can figure it out after a little bit of tracing and letting a couple of sparks fly. Otherwise, the mechanical chassis of it Eden is one to be able to understand it all the better compared to where Levi is positioned. But soon enough, it makes a lot of sense where they are in regards to actually making this device work. Hold on a minute. Give me one moment, please.
People attack.
I can do it. All right, but either way, they're able to easily reverse engineer the device and understand it to a point where, with a few spare parts, they could probably recreate their own variants. So, I'll request one more tech ed from the both of us. That's unfortunate. But so the reverse engineering process is at a bit of a slow start, but the slow start isn't from the procedure, but from acquisition of spare materials to actually make the device thereafter. A few things don't fit, but after some discussion from Levi actually being able to describe what he's looking for, give it some shape and some form, and a couple of scribbles on a piece of paper or two, they're able to get the materials that they need to at least get started with making a effective prototype design. All the while, Levi does set the material there before taking the berries he had and taking them to someone that can handle this a bit more professionally. And with that, I'm gonna step out of the office there and swing back down to the tavern. See this one, and just wait.
And he perks up and looks at Levi as he comes around. Oh, hey, dear.
Levi sets the 3 sugar berries on the counter. This is going to be an odd request, but can you juice the 3 of these? Or turn them into juice?
Sorry, I was finishing setting up some things.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, you're good. After she sips them out, she just kind of looks at the berries and pours them over. Alright, so. She just pours out a machine, kind of just puts the berries in it, starts it up. So we hit this button, and then it'll be a little slow for a bit, but should work. And she starts it up. And soon, she starts coming out into a bowl.
Okay.
Takes a couple minutes, but eventually it soon stops to a trickle.
Okay. Awesome. That will take care of that issue. Nari looks pretty strained. It looks pretty clean too, with that none of the extra skin on it. Cool. Levi would take the bowl and just give a calm nod to Emmy before carefully heading back to Eden Shop, which I'll just do that. There's an entire process to this. I apologize.
I mean, I think it's cool that you, like, building the process for this.
And with this, the berries being juice, Levi would take some of the juice and pour it into a separate container. That container being placed within the within the casing for the mister, similar to where the liquid would go for whatever the scent would be for the mist to put out. It's like, there we go. Now, what else? Probably a heat source.
Heat source. Will that be fast enough for what you're trying to build?
Maybe.
Eaton pulls up a card and scroll down some note. I did have a thought for a different design, but we should work on this one first.
Okay, sure. Now, the heat source could be like a fire gem. Maybe it could be, just putting a charge into it and just letting electricity do the work. But
Electricity. Oh yeah, I've had a lot of experience with firestones and stuff like that. Not quite electricity. Similar kind of metals to channel the elemental energies. You know, like with how the airship engines work.
Maybe. I mean, it's certainly not a bad idea. And as he says that, he's just thinking to himself, looking over to the airship and looking back to the design. Is like, wait a minute, what if we try? What if we try just lining it right around here? Then maybe. I mean, it's not a bad. I mean, let's try it. Let's see what happens. Though we may need a bit more fabrication before we can say this is done. And a fire gem would be a lot of energy for one small thing. Understood. Now, if we can just turn this into... I mean, all that matters is that there's enough heat that's delivered to the juice in order to turn it into a steam, akin to a steam or a mist. Maybe add a bit of water to the mixture?
That does bring me to the other idea I had. You know those pressured spray cans?
Yes.
If we could make this into an aerosol like that, could that work? Or does this need to be more boiled mist?
An aerosol, that would work. If we don't have to... We could just get rid of the heat source altogether and we just do something like that, but I'm not entirely sure how to do that at the moment. but I'm sure we can probably figure it out. And to that I say, another tech ed roll for the masses. Oh dear. Okay. The bad news is Levi has no idea what he's doing with this at the moment. He does not understand this concept all that well to make it into a aerosol without using heat. The good news, Eden does. So Eden would basically have influence over how the project is designed and how to shift it in a direction where a heat source wouldn't be the most necessary thing for the mix.
He was the one to come up with the idea, at least.
Yeah, he was the one that proffered the idea. So, and the dice
Grand-
responded in kind.
The grand scheme of things, he knows what he's doing.
Yep.
You would hope he does with all the airships he's built.
Yep. Even so, with the casing being designed and developed along with the materials on hand, the casing itself would be shifted into a more aerosolized format. From there, Levi would look over and say, okay, so we have that. Now we just need an idea of making sure that this can be released in not in a direction, but in 360 degrees, like all around. But continuously. It's not like I'm like most aerosols, it requires to hit a button. In this case, this would be probably hit it once and it just works continuously.
Mm.
Maybe a motor?
If we're doing that, then maybe we should go back to the Mister idea. It'll work a bit slower, but those are more continuous.
I mean, alternatively, I'm pretty sure. I mean, the end goal, he explains, the end goal is for me to use something like this and it affects the entire team with the effects of whatever's inside.
What is going to be inside?
Well, in this case, berry juice. The idea with Shuka berry juice specifically is upon the mist coming out and you breathe it in, you gain a resistance to, well, in this case, ground type attacks. So earthquake isn't going to be as scary for, well, someone like you and me.
That's a good thought. Well, I do have other projects going, but if we can get some design documents down, I should be able to get a prototype of either design while you're out in the field.
I see. All right, I guess I'll leave you to it. But I can I do have a few sketches in my journal that can probably help out with this. Hold on. He says before going into his bag and pulling out his journal, flipping through pages, and then proceeding to rapidly flip through pages to get through the journal entries. Going too far, going back a few pages, and then there, the actual designs that he has made. And he sets the journal down and just looks through it before putting a hand down to pull at one of the pages for pausing a moment and just asking, should I pull these out of the journal, or you can just use it as reference? These are preliminary thoughts and ideas.
Eaton holds out his hand for the journal.
Eden hands over the journal. Oh, Levi hands over the journal.
Now, out of character, we've like had cameras and stuff like that, right?
Yes.
So Eaton brings the journal over to one device. It seems to have a large, flat glass screen. Places the journal down, presses a button, light goes across, and then soon a scanned copy of the journal page is printing out of the device.
Huh. What the hell is that?
It's a type of special camera that Reuven worked on to help me with paperwork. I don't know what I forget what he said he called it, but it takes a specialized to take photographs of documents you put on it and print out copies of them.
Huh. That's cool. Never heard of something like that before, actually.
Yeah, some kind of document duplicator.
Fancy.
But
okay.
don't go calling that. Reuven came up with the design, so it's his domain to name.
Understood. So for now, Levi will take the journal back and close it up, put it away. That takes care of that little situation. Hopefully that helps you get to, well, the end goal at least. But I'm still willing to help out along the way.
Absolutely. Won't take any steps with this project without you.
Understood. With that, Levi's going to put this stuff away and look over the progress made. He's quite happy with the fact of how far they got, but it's still not done yet, so there's more to go. But for now, he was about to leave, but he does pause a minute and glance over, noticing these two. So where are they going?
They were talking before Leo seemed to notice something off in the distance, and he just like stepped forward to look closer.
Wait, what did Leo notice?
Something approaching.
Oh. Eden, I gotta go.
All right.
This music seems a bit. Oh, there it goes.
Oh, hello to you guys. Hope you've been well.
Should we? Is Harzat still there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay. Apollo stepped away though.
You should probably
I'd
wait.
say let's wait for Apollo to return.
Next time on Death Battle.
Silly.
Just having a little pause. I'll say out of character. That was a fun scene with Levi and Eaton.
Agreed.
Up. Should I seeing this? Should I move Kua up? Because Reuven's there.
Reuven, yeah. I mean, it makes sense. Reuven moved up out of a matter of defense because it's like, wait, who the hell? And then recognizing it's like, okay, I should be on site.
This person should not be out of prison.
And they're not really a problem per se, but still.
How we all doing? We having fun?
Well, who are you telling you didn't have to explain shit to?
What do you mean? Hang on.
Explain shit.
Just fucking horrible. It's so clear.
I was on my answer.
Christ.
I did not understand what was just said.
Neither did I. You take care of that, Harzav. We'll see you when you're back. But welcome back, Apollo. You you may want to come up north.
Just a moment.
Your disaster sense may or may not be going off at this time.
I sense a disturbance in the force.
Apollo stops right about here, seeing who's just arrived.
He looks over at him and just makes a idle smile.
Levi?
I don't know. But Levi does still, despite the clear trepidation in the air, speaks cordially.
Okay, everything's clear now. I just didn't expect him to come walking into the room before I could mute.
Welcome back.
Welcome back.
But Levi would look on and tap his tail into the stone below before giving a small smile back. How you been? I do hope they've been treating you well.
Forward. Although I've had the television to tell me all about the things going on. She just glances back at the tree.
Levi looks at
Squiggly.
your direction as well before looking back. Yes. Television.
Squiggly.
Then
How are you feeling?
Well, I guess the best way to answer that would be I feel alive.
Great.
That too. That absolutely too. Something that I've honestly grown used to from since I had the mark no longer being a factor. It's nice.
And so what they did didn't go in vain. Good.
No.
Then that leaves your other job. Which is why I'm here.
I was about to ask, did someone summon you, or did you ask nicely?
You could say the latter.
I see.
Leo.
Good.
Yes? So, you plan to go through with it, then? I mean... I have to. It has to be me. I wouldn't want him to do it after he went through all that. I wouldn't want anyone else to do it. It has to be me. Then you know the risks involved. I do. Well then. Let's see what you plan to do. You two. If you don't mind. I would like a little direct confrontation with this Mawile. Don't worry, nothing bad will happen.
Rain would look on between the two guards before simply giving a small nod in approval, but still watching on like a hawk.
Now, where is this anti-drug you're developing? I would very much like to see it.
Levi would glance over at Ariel. Seeing as she said it was done earlier, he figured she would have it.
He just nods and stares at Esmeralda with anticipation. How does anyone know we can trust you? You don't. That's the fun part, isn't it? How much are you willing to trust? And what are you willing to do to make sure this gets done?
I'm going to make a request.
Go on.
An intuition roll.
Go ahead.
I suppose that request could also go to anyone else who wants to do so. Good lord, what was that?
That is 3 1s.
That is 3 1s. I fucking hell.
On a 66, no less.
Yeah,
Right.
that's.
I mean, to be fair, this was a very enigmatic person, so I guess it would make sense.
I'm gonna roll it for Levi too. Somehow Levi did better.
I mean,
I mean, I have a 4d6, but I'm not anywhere close, so I have no idea what's going on.
Fair enough.
Levi knows her better too. I'm
Levi does know her better.
gonna roll for a couple of characters. Is that okay?
Yeah, I probably
You know
should
what?
roll for Reuven as well.
You know what? Let me get myself an inn here real quick, and Alubi's gonna kind of look over to your direction and wonder what the big gathering is about. And it's just like, what's going on over there? Over the psychic link, by the way.
Adrock will reply back. Add a character. I need a reminder on our name.
Esmeralda.
Esmeralda.
All right. As Morella's back, she's talking with Leo.
Oh. I see. The circumstances are quite important. I'll be right over in a moment.
His parents just look at him, a little sad that he has to go again, but nodding and understanding.
Yeah, things are coming up again, so.
We'll be here.
Meanwhile, not Reuven. Actually, Reuven would be a bit hesitant on the matter, but Levi would go and step forward. Looks at Esmeralda, not Esmeralda, looks at Ariel and give a nod. If she's here by good faith with the guards that watched her, and given her history, we already know for a fact that she won't be going anywhere. We also know for a fact that she's been watching a lot of things.
I don't like it, but she just cautiously pulls out the vial and looks at Esmeralda. Keeping an eye on you. And then she just slowly hands it to her.
Levi would continue, also considering her stance to the drug. This is in the right direction.
She just smiles idly to Ariel and takes the vial, looking at it. Oh. This won't do. That's nowhere near enough.
Near enough what?
The dust. Were you being conservative with what you had, or did you think a small amount like this would work? I can barely see it.
How much is needed?
She just holds the vial in front of Ariel. See that? Those little specks. That's how much they added. Here, let me fix that. Ariel just narrows her eyes as she watches the vial, and slowly the liquid inside starts to stir as more particles seem to appear inside it.
Whoa. That's a neat trick.
And it takes a moment before eventually it just stops. There, that's better.
Just how much did you put back in there?
I tripled the dose. Then she just holds it out to Ariel. Go on. You wanted to test this, didn't you? You could be a little less creepy about it. Hates it, steps back.
I didn't think that was creepy. I thought that was a little more ingenious.
It's the
Cynical.
way she's talking.
I
Oh.
believe the word you're looking for is cynical. But
Fair enough on the speech pattern, but
She even looks at Leo. Now you. If you plan to do this, then you're gonna need a little more help if it doesn't work. That's the other reason I'm here. Levi here.
Should I prepare anything?
Oh no, I think we'll be fine, dear. Levi,
Just being sure.
hon,
Yes, ma'am.
why do you think it was my voice that kept you calm when you were under? That kept everyone calm.
Either it's the psionic energy or, well, trust.
That's part of it. Why do you think your friend can do it too? However, it's a little more than that.
I'm pretty sure Padrock can also do it because psionic energy and or trust.
Oh, no. Class 7. Class 7 telepath. That's what he is. He's much stronger than I am, but I use a different method. Order.
I'm going to roll occult. This feels like an occult roll.
Go ahead.
If you want to roll as well, Padrock, feel free.
Like, what are we trying to discern with the occult here?
Asmarilla said that what she uses to control people when they're on Gigas is something called order. Out of character, I know what she's referring to. Which is why, like, this feels like an occult roll. I'm gonna roll occult. And I dare say it wasn't a bad occult roll on either side. Per Levi, all he can say is, this has something to do with Zygarde, doesn't it?
You're picking up.
Though, as for Padrock, Zygarde is... Words. Zygarde is the Pokemon that is the arbiter of order, keeping
Yeah.
things the way it should be.
The antithesis of chaos.
Indeed. So, considering Gigas is something that brings chaos to mind, as you don't simply control your mind when you're on Gigas, for someone to be the antithesis as such, to establish order, by all means necessary, it speaks to just how capable she is in controlling those around her, potentially with or without Gigas.
She just smiles to Leo. Well, I'm right here. Go ahead. You're really putting me on the spot. I was ready to go downstairs and lock myself up and try it, but you want me to do it out here, in front of everyone. What would happen if it didn't work? Well, then, if I can take control, you'd probably be able to kill me, you'd be able to kill him, and everyone here. If they didn't manage to take you out first. No pressure.
Hey.
But I don't think that'll happen. Cynical. That's the word, yeah. Fine.
Yeah.
Fine. You'll all make sure I don't go nuts, right?
Of course.
Mm-hmm.
He just unclasps the vial from his earring, looking at it with a bit of tension, anticipation, staring at the red liquid. I am going to once again thing. I can find it. So, this is the vial that Leo pulls from his ear. The red vial.
Oh boy.
The Mawile light then goes from the vial, just beneath it, as he slowly uncaps it. You know, Engel wanted to make me take this once. Back when I was
I
still
remember.
working with him.
I remember it all too well.
But I didn't. Do you even know the lashing he gave me after I refused to do it? How angry he was with me. If it wasn't for my girlfriend, I probably wouldn't have made it that day. And now another one of the heads is telling me, take it. Just take it. Not for fighting, but for something better. And I have to just trust you, as I always have. Trust in another head. What a life.
That is, yeah, quite a predicament.
Well,
Either way. Oh, good.
At least you've never threatened to kill me. And Arceus forbid I ever go back to him. He then pours vial over. Takes a deep breath before putting it to his lips and pulling his head back, taking it down.
Moment of truth.
He then quickly caps it, clasps it in his hands.
Remember, you're in a safe environment. Try not to go ballistic.
Soon he clasps the Mawile light, gripping it tightly. It's what she always said. I'm always here for you. I know she's dead. But she's still here watching, right? Wouldn't want to disappoint her. Ariel just slowly steps around. Well, best now than later. Ario just looks over at Esmeralda, then back at Leo. Before bringing the vial to him. Just breathe. Oh, I'm breathing, alright. He then opens his eyes and looks at the vial that she's got. Reaching a paw over to take it, a little firmly, almost ripping it out of her paw. She then steps back a little bit, watching him. As he stares at it, opening it up, his paw shaking a little bit, trembling. And then, without thinking any further, he just takes it back, downs it. And then takes a few deep breaths before a growl comes from him. Hate feeling. More than any of you could know.
You're slow breaths, my friend. Slow breaths. So Levi does take a small step back from that, getting a bit closer to both Padrock and Apollo, but doesn't go any further than just staying closer to the both of them. Um, question.
Hmm?
Out of character. Apollo.
Yes.
Hi. Where is your attention right now? On Leo, Asmarella, or anywhere else right now?
Paul's has been going between Leo and Asmarella for right now.
Okay, fair enough.
Esmeralda just got her eyes locked on Leo, watching him intently the entire time.
I see. Okay. What about you, Olivia?
He's kind of just watching how this goes over, because on one side, he's like, he's never seen Gigas used in conjunction with a Mega Evolution, and is more documenting it in his own head, just like,
You, Padrock? Where's your attention focused on?
I think his attention is mostly focused on Leo, but I think with Levi stepping closer, he would be putting a hand on Levi's shoulder for the physical reassurance of that he's there.
Understood. That'd be appreciated. As for Levi, he's similar to Apollo, looking between both Leo and Asmarella. Because one, Leo just mega evolved, holy shit. The other one is he's trying to see if Asmarella is saying anything or controlling anything.
Esmeralda's just standing there, observing.
Menacingly.
I mean, you could say that. How do you feel? I feel good. I feel so much better. Levi.
Yeah.
It didn't feel so good when it failed, did it?
No. Levi just pauses and glances to Aluvi. I lost my temper at that when it failed the first time. Not of my own volition, but yeah.
Don't worry. I'm in control.
Bless you.
Thank you.
Apollo sneezes at the bullshit. Don't worry. I'm in control. I am in control.
Okay. You're in control. What about the Gigas? Do you still feel like your body's being pushed to 100? Or is it just like
He just looks at the empty vial of Gigas that he took, kind of tilting his head, mulling it over a little bit. It's like I took that coffee. A lot of it.
so you still have the rush?
But not the anger.
Okay.
He just
That's
looks at the other vial with the anti-drug. Not the anger. You know, I have taken this a couple times before. You wanna know
I
what
would
happened?
imagine.
You wanna know what happened the first time I took it?
What would that be?
I was fighting a rescuer. It was... God, what was that? It's so clear. It was a Quilaba by name Lewis. How could I possibly ever forget that?
You almost seem lucid.
Well, when you take the drug, the memories tend to come back of other times you took the drug. All the experiences that you got, the people that you've seen, fought, the people you've hurt. That Kola is retired now. I almost feel bad for him. I rendered him to a point that he couldn't walk anymore.
I see.
And now, well, I could have done the same. I didn't. That's a plus, right?
Absolutely. You seem in high spirits, though.
He looked over at Levi. I never enjoyed hurting people. That fight that we got into the first time. And the ruins. I just wanted to go. I just wanted to go home. Go be with my friends. You know. Hang out, be happy. Just not even be there.
But as we both know, happiness is a rare commodity for people like us.
Especially among them. But, well, you know, Noel is not here and Clarice isn't here anymore. It's just me. And this curse that I've had strapped to my ear this entire time. And now even it's gone. But you're here, right?
Suddenly I'll stick around longer. But yeah.
You know, the results showed that it was a 15% chance that I would get through this.
50?
15.
15. Had I realized the chance was so low, I wouldn't have had you do this.
Well, they were pretty bleak, given everything that you've been trying to do. And then she came over. How'd you even know?
Would it make
Intuition.
sense if I said that they have, like, you know, eyes everywhere?
No, he's asking how'd she know how much it was. Intuition, you could call it. I know how the drug works. I know what makes it tick. I know what contains it. What suppresses it.
So, Rain would glance over to Apollo and speak. So, if you knew what was in the drug, then pray tell, have you ever aimed to do what has been done here?
Not my
Great.
experience, no.
brief second, I'm going to restart because I know that it's cutting me out already.
Understood.
Just kinda... poof.
Goodbye and welcome back.
Before it starts becoming a problem. She just looks over at Apollo. You know the eyes are everywhere, right? Even the hills are watching. I saw when you were buried, you know.
I think all of Cassia did. For better or for worse.
I also saw when you came back. What your mother did. You remember the first time we met, Apollo? You didn't even know who I was back then.
No, I didn't.
I was just a scared child protecting my closest friend in a rundown building.
Plenty
Wow.
of those back in the day.
While hell was going on around me. Hell, even you were there. You were there too.
Who's she referring to?
Leo.
Oh. Cleo says nothing, but leans forward on the table and just stares. Before simply replying with a small, I remember you, child.
Yeah. Back then, Arno wasn't even revived yet. Engel was, well, still a Grovile. Oh, that poor child. Wish I could have seen his parents before they were, viciously slaughtered. You know, Zorella never made it easy on any of us. He housed us, he fed us, but he made us swear never to turn our backs on him. Not once. He was even more cunning than I am. The day he was, well, disintegrated, that was the end of it. We lost many of our friends back then who we thought we could keep close. Some of them died. I even lost another friend, Zarg named Seth. I don't even know what became of him. But, well, that's in the past. This is today. And here I am, helping to stop the very thing that I helped create way back then.
It's a cruel mistress, isn't it?
When Lorellen found out the things that I could do, my apothecary abilities, so to speak, he tasked me with the development of a drug. And that's what gave the birth to Gigas. Over 3 decades ago. I was just a child back then, and he had me do that. And now, 3 decades later, I'm here putting an end to it, so to speak. Do you have any idea how many hundreds of doses of that I've made? How many people I've taught to make it?
I can only
Yes.
imagine.
And then there's a facility in the desert. Zorellen thought it would be a good idea to mass produce it. To take the thing that I created so carefully and just put into machines and give it to the world, so to speak. Fucking fool. He didn't understand, or really, if he did, he didn't care about how meticulous it was to make a thing like that. The way he produced it, he got so many people killed. And he enjoyed it, he relished it. Hell, I believe every life that was taken on that drug was another life he relished seeing disappear. I never intended that to happen.
So what are you saying is it was never intended for the drug to do what it's known to do.
It was supposed to be used in worst case scenarios, where it was meant to save yourself from certain death. Sure, there was a risk, there's always a risk. But it was meant to get you out of the worst of situations so that you could come back home and live to see another day.
That explains what you told me when I made mine.
Survive. Live.
That. But upon the first iteration, it was a very simple quote that you said, something I kept in mind. Save it for a last resort. May you never need it.
Indeed.
I remember that all too well.
And the fucked up thing, Arnell took after Zorellen's work. He made another facility. One which, well, you and your friends destroyed. Certain Floatzo saw fit to, burn everything he had. And so now his quantities are limited.
Levi.
Still
Sorry.
widespread and quite large, but he hasn't produced any more since that day.
Excuse me? But yeah, Levi just glances over to Apollo and gives a small smile before simply saying, well, I guess history does have an effect on the present, huh?
That it does.
Though we did come across a number of other facilities that the current leader had been over Lithera.
Oh,
One
I
was
wasn't worry
in-
too much about those. The Lumen facility, well, that's buried.
Yeah, we kind of made sure that happened.
Well, Arnell made sure that happened. I don't think he intended for that, but That facility was defunct anyways.
That's, huh.
Oh.
So he kind of screwed his own chances. How ironic. Then again, he didn't expect us to escape, so it was a last-ditch effort.
I don't think he quite realized how powerful antimatter really was.
Enough to shake the entire continent.
Did he enjoy seeing a mountain break in half? Well, yeah. Oh, he loved that. I could see him just laughing like a maniac, boasting about how he shook the earth.
And then it didn't quite hit him at that moment, did it?
He realized later it was a mistake. Because when he almost buried an entire city, he buried his hopes of ever producing any more of it.
So that's why we haven't come across it nearly as much lately.
Save for a few, and I dare say for those who we do come across that has it, they made it themselves. The painstaking process of care, of focus, and of known concern that should they pursue it, the result is a known one. Just like I did. To mass produce it is an affront.
It's a crime, that's what it is. Taking something that I am made to save lives and using it to take them. Arnell, much like Laurelin, doesn't really care about, well, life. He already died once, millions of years ago. What's dying again to him?
Well, truth be told, I don't think he should be preparing to die at all, but then again, he might be just a madman.
No, he's not preparing to die. He just doesn't see the value in living. At least for other people. He takes lives as quickly as they come and doesn't care about the consequences.
So that would explain the butcher?
Among others, yes. The
It's not
butcher
uncommon.
was...
It's not uncommon that somebody dabbling in organized crime the way that he does, or any sort of organized mischief, wouldn't have some sort of a button man on call.
The butcher was one of his many productions, just as he was one of, well, Letheros.
Tell me, what created the butcher exactly? I am dreadfully curious.
He has a dark past, very dark history in Cassia. She never was really sane. I think the issues that cropped up with everything that happened since the New Masters rose kind of drove her nuts. Arno took advantage of that.
So, she's just someone with a screw loose. Unfortunately, I don't think I would be able to even understand someone like that, but if she really is that far gone, there is no reasoning with her.
Oh no. She wasn't even 10 when she saw the worst of things.
Sheesh.
I don't even know if she had any parents to live with. But she's one of many things that Arnell created. Weapons. And Arnell is the biggest weapon that Lethero created. Tell you a secret. All those projects that we've been working on to bring people back. You know, Elvar, Kara, hell, even Artemis. Arnell was one of the failed projects. He didn't come out quite okay.
You're saying someone that was permanently Mega Evolved was considered a failure?
I think you're meaning Arlac, dear.
Oh,
Arnell, one of the heads. He was one of the failed projects of the whole Resurrection project. And yet, he chose to rise up. Become something more. Become more than the failure that he was seen as. Letharos saw it as an opportunity. If something like him could be so devoted to the cause, then why not bring others? I don't envy what happened to Arnell growing up, but I don't exactly pity him now either. He went down his own road and became what he is now.
so you're saying I could have ended up like him, considering...
Were you revived? I don't think you were. But that said, Leo, how do you feel? Bit clear. I'm still a little foggy, but I at least don't want to smash something now.
So the aggression part is null and void. Do you still feel like you're
Ready to take on
energized
the
or-
world? Yeah, that's still a little bit there. It's coming down slowly, but I feel like I could eat a few berries. I'm a little
how's that
hungry.
heart rate?
Stable.
Well, I can't really think of any other things that would be considered Gigas affected, so I hazard to say that it may have been a success.
One thing left. Levi would step forward and face Leo before lifting a hand. Try hitting my hand. I know, weird request, but I want to see if your muscles are still amplified.
Okay. Just he raises a paw. Just all right.
That's why I said hit his hand.
Here goes nothing then.
So that would have been on his hand.
Mm-hmm. Roll focus. Alright, let's see. Check a thing here. Just 1 second. So that hurt. If anything,
You don't say.
if anything, it might feel like your hand was almost sprained. Shit. I'm so sorry.
You're fine.
I didn't mean to go that hard.
You're fine. I did ask for it after all. He says, just like flexing his hand, just just rubbing at it gently. Ooh, I felt that through my entire arm. Sheesh.
That's interesting. The effects of the Giga seem to be still in effect, yet you're not.
I'm just gonna go ahead and just he's flexing his arm a bit. Meanwhile, Raven just looks over to Levi and squints a moment before gonna do this real fast.
Critical heal pulse as in response to a critical punch. What are the odds? And that's actually something that, in the case that Aluvi kind of does a double take. When did... Oh. I thought that was Levi that did that for a moment there.
Nope, that was me.
You almost had me doing a double take for a moment there.
Yeah, Levi just stretches his arm out and just flexes a bit before putting it back down. That's better. But don't stress it, Leo. Goes to show just how strong you are.
Well, I was taught by one of the fiercest warriors. Granted, he was the biggest asshole I've ever met. I would like to be rid of him.
Right, you didn't hold back on that punch, did you?
I tried.
That was trying.
I tried to hold back. I just felt myself go forward.
Got it.
I would
Mental-
say... Oh, good.
Mental conditioning.
I would say, potentially speaking, this may require further testing, but even though the anti-drug is used, provocations should be avoided after use.
Yeah, probably.
Lest we excite the drug further.
On the other hand, that does bring up a question. If this is supposed to neutralize Gigas, trying to avoid confrontation would kind of go against the entire principle of this medicine. Wouldn't that need to be something that we test sometime in the future? To make sure that this cannot reincite the drug? Because then it would just be a neutralizer to a neutralizer. That'd be redundant and kind of problematic.
Levi,
Yes?
I want to try something that I've been wanting to try for a while.
What would that be?
Hit me with your strongest move.
Oh, wait. What?
Just do it.
Trust, Levi.
Wait, for Ariel?
I'm gonna stand back here and avoid that.
Wait, who am I hitting with this? Leo. Got it. Okay.
Just
Tit for tat, I guess.
I can handle it.
He said use your strongest one. Doesn't that mean you need to get a little bit of a running start, Levi?
If it's my strongest, if we're going okay, out of character. If we're going strongest by damage base, I would need people to get out of the way because that's hyper beam. If we're talking strongest by, well, technically this is damage base and stab. In that case, it'd be. Then yeah, you're right. That would be the strongest.
I would say go with the safer option, not hyper beam, because you would probably get some solar beam shenanigans from like a certain sun rose over here blasting a hole through a wall.
On the bright side, it was the excuse that she needed to learn how to patch drywall.
Levi just paused and say, "All right."
No, the bright side was solar beam.
Literally.
Never fails. But Levi just looks over to Kua. It's like, you may want to move up.
All right.
Sure.
If it's any consolation, I will take care of the damages that are incurred.
Appreciate it, Luvi.
On the
Esmeralda
off chance
just,
you do cause damages, just talk to Sunrose.
Esmeralda
Yeah,
just stands back and folds her arms, watching.
Leo,
You
you might
sure-
want to brace.
Reuben just takes a step back. You sure about this, Leo?
I am more sure than I've ever been. Hit me.
Understood. And if it misses, I will just roll it again.
He's
Considering
vulnerable.
he's just letting you hit him. Yeah.
So Levi does one more step back. Before you see that they are basically coated in electricity before claws go into the stone and just dashes towards Leo with a fierce strike.
Meep meep.
Here comes his fearsome venom strike.
And that is 103.
I'm gonna roll it. Actually, no, I'm not gonna
No,
worry
no,
about
yeah,
it.
he was vulnerable.
He's vulnerable.
That hits.
You only needed a 4. So that is...
Ooh, that's chunky.
Good lord,
Good.
that defense.
Defense is he's higher than Aluvi's. Good gracious.
He just braces as Levi dashes at him, covered in electricity, and just grabs him.
And this feels like deja vu. Yeah, it's definitely deja vu.
Huh?
Yep, definitely feeling the deja vu. Oh, maybe not.
They both got ones. Jesus Christ.
You got 3 ones!
So Levi was caught off guard, but the training kicked in, and he quickly reversed the grapple. Or wait, quickly reversed to avoid the grapple.
Just like, huh.
And it's just as you both collide, you just get pushed back as he tries to grapple you. Just kind of he fumbles a bit and takes a hit, and it's just like sparking up after you hit him before he just shudders and shakes it off.
Well,
Well,
Levi
that
seems
was-
to have learned his lesson.
Well, that was exciting.
Mind telling me what the grapple is for? Like, or mind telling me why you grabbed me?
I tried to take it. Evidently, well, I didn't know you had a move like that, but
I assure you, I learned that move under
Duress.
interesting circumstances.
And also, I saw what you tried to do, Leo. I tried doing that to him. I succeeded. And I think he learned.
Yeah, well, fuck you.
Hey, Aluvi, could you help out?
Hmm?
Heal pulse?
Oh, yeah. He's just admiring the fact that the guy took it so well. He's just like, good grief, he's bulkier than I am. Bloop.
I think I might still be a little bit under the influence.
Under the influence, huh? You look like you took it better than I did.
I will say that Battle Mania is probably still absolutely a thing.
I'm not trying to kick your
Oh.
ass now, am I?
I certainly hope not.
I don't think it'll be a fair fight. He just taps the Malwa light and pins it back to his ear.
Consider, Levi.
Yeah.
If I were in that same state, and you did that against me earlier, I don't think I would have felt it.
Some reason I agree. But I'm not going to challenge you to a fight right now, Leo. Something tells me I would need help.
Well, I think we can rule out inciting it.
Please don't.
Like I said, I'm not trying to kick his ass, am I?
Well, I mean,
Out
at
of
least
character. Not unless you get closer.
at least we know that the Gigas isn't making you irrational.
Well, trying to take a hit like that was probably irrational, but it died.
Look, I challenged him to use that very same move on me, and I was not under the influence of Gigas. I think it's fine.
Then I think we're good here. So it worked. Then my reason for staying here is come to an end. I'll be taking my leave.
Levi would just pause a moment, look over to the others, look to above, look to Leo, look to Esmeralda. Wait a moment.
Mm-hmm. Yes, hon?
I need to know. In regards to, well, what you're doing here now. I agree with you I agree with the fact that that Gigas was mass produced was an abomination in and of itself. But my question is simple. Are you trying to atone for what happened? For the past, if you will.
You mean for being forced to produce that in the first place?
No, I mean, well,
Or everything that followed?
helping us out.
Helping them out.
Like, by helping us out, are you trying to atone for things of the past?
I'll make it simple for you, Levi. Don't worry. I'm not going anywhere.
Right.
I never wanted to be part of what you guys call a cult. I was surviving. Lethero was surviving. Fortunately, Lethero lost his way. I never did. I have always strived to make sure everyone that I can lives. If I can help it, I would keep trying to make sure everyone lives. Fortunately, I'm only 1,000 beings, right?
You do your best like everybody else does.
But I can only do so much. So, when I took your parents in, and they so desperately needed a new way, yes, I manipulated them. I manipulated everyone. It's what I'm good at. Producing the drug and manipulating people to do what I wanted. Cherish it? No. I dreaded it. But even despite my manipulation, I did my absolute best to make sure they stayed alive. Until I no longer could.
I saw that. I also saw what happened to the one that forced your hand.
Lethero did many things, and many of them weren't what I wanted. He's not the person I raised him to be anymore. If anything, I think he hates me. But I think he hates himself even more. Whatever you guys intend to do with Lethero, if he doesn't see a reason by the end of this, if you take down Necrozma and Lethero still doesn't see a reason, put him down swiftly. Don't extend his pain any more than you need to.
A little grim, but I can understand.
Levi just pauses there a moment and genuinely thinks about it before taking a breath and simply saying, "Yes, ma'am."
But do me a favor, even if it's a pipe dream. At least try to get him to see reason. I know that's asking a tall order, but I still at least think part of him wants things to be better. And if not, well, you've got the gun.
At least. Right. Make the attempt or make the choice.
I dread what became of him to turn him this way. I don't even want to think about it. If you need more of that, you know where to look.
I imagine we'll be in touch then.
Take care of yourselves.
We will. Levi just glances over to his team and is just asks, "So, do you still think it was a bad idea that I saved her that time?"
Oh, absolutely not. I never really thought it was a bad idea to begin with. Just strange at the time.
Uh, she still concerns me, but suppose you do have a point.
Like it or not, she's still my godmother.
Wouldn't she be more of a god-blessed mother?
I mean,
Levi makes a face at that before just smiling.
he's not wrong. But I hate that
Um,
he's not wrong.
I'm going to ignore the fact that I heard that, and I'm going to get some food. Goodbye.
See you soon.
And that is how Padra got launched to the moon.
Well, that went better than I expected. To be honest, my heart wouldn't stop racing.
Yeah, same here.
I need some water.
Hello, who this?
That's it, Olivia. I believe you have a scene that you want to go do.
A couple of people have things I want to do.
Yep.
It's like, well, that was quite eventful.
Indeed. I'm. Oh. Alright.
Yeah, he just kind of mumbled that and went, yeah, that was a thing.
You're just like,
No,
okay, I need a donut.
no, more like, I need some clear air. Namely, next to the lake.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Levi's just going to go ahead and. Oh, excuse me. Go ahead and sit down next to Rain for the time being.
Go ahead and get knocked to the side by Floof.
What else is new?
Get absorbed.
Get absorbed, nerd.
I think there's a move that's fits that bill.
That's it. We shift over to Olivia. I'm gonna mute now.
Louis and Apollo.
Oh, I thought we were gonna go to Olivia.
We'll do a Louis first, and then Apollo can walk down.
Okay.
His parents look over at him as he comes over, and they're spending some time talking with Araceli for a little bit. Did he
That was
know?
quite eventful.
I imagine. I didn't expect to see a face like that.
She is a little bit of an enigma, but she provided us some rather crucial information, namely how to fix the biggest problem. Which, if you saw the fireworks show over there from our friend Levi, it seems to still have an effect, but it doesn't drive the person into a battle frenzy.
Good.
So, at least we have a way of at least calming the person down instead of having to wait out full 8 hours.
Well, while you're away, we heard the most beautiful thing that could probably pull anyone out of a battle frenzy.
Hmm.
Did
Referring to Arlasella?
did you know she has such a beautiful voice?
Yeah. My, my team leader is fascinated with it just as much as you might be, if not more so.
Oh, I imagine. He's such a lucky person.
You know?
I've seen them around.
Fair enough. How has your, you know, venture out from the medical ward been? I never really got to ask, considering you've probably been out for the whole day now.
Well, Nurse Saren said that, well, after he was walking with us for a little while, she decided that we were okay enough to be on our own now. And of course, we have him over there to watch over us.
That's good to know. Come to think of it, I don't think I've ever met Carbink before now. Like, when I found him back at the village, alone.
Well, he certainly met you. Heck, he even
Maybe-
raised you when we were away.
Maybe I just wasn't paying much attention at the time. I was kind of,
Young?
well, that and a little bombastic, if I'm being honest. Maybe I took things for granted. Then again,
Well, even before you became a rock type, it took another rock type to be able to manage you. You were such a handful.
yeah. I never did get to properly apologize for the many years that we've been apart.
Dear, it was wrong of me to try and keep you there your entire life. We only realized recently that it was, well, for the best that you went out.
That's why you didn't go out to find me?
We hoped you'd be okay. But
You didn't quite expect me to come back looking like this.
oh heavens no.
To be fair, I didn't expect it either.
Where did you even
thought the
find
water-
that water?
I. Believe it or not, happenstance. You know where Mount Horn is, right?
In the northwest?
Hmm.
Is that where you've been living this entire time?
For the most part, yes. It has a very well lit cavern with crystal growths. They all emit light. It felt appropriate.
Ellery?
Hmm?
Come here.
What?
When did you want to explain that you were living in Star Cave?
I thought it was obvious. Eh? Why?
So,
What? What's wrong?
your patron shows you way back then.
You're talking about Jirachi, right?
Yes.
And you're saying that me meeting him was not by chance?
Couldn't have been. If he was watching over you since you were a child.
I did always find it weird how whenever I felt the need for, you know, daily living, there was always just the convenient amount of things to help me survive. Oh dear lord. I've been babysat by a legendary. I'm gonna have to process this now.
She just gives him a hug. It wouldn't be the first legendary you were raised under.
Why did you have to put this into my head?
Come now, dear, it's not the worst thing, is it?
No, it's just. You know how that feeling is when you wouldn't really take things for granted, then you realize you've been taking things for granted, only to be finding out that you've been literally coddled by a legendary with no prior notice of it this entire time for 20 years. Yeah, I'm a little mind blown.
Take your time. She's kind of winks to him and steps back.
He just turns around to Apollo, just like, are you hearing this?
I am.
I don't know what to make of this. I
Deep
need a
breaths,
moment.
Alavi.
I need a moment.
Deep breaths.
No, I'm fine. Just. Good God, is my life a lie?
If I were so bold to make the suggestion, your patrons all chose you when you were younger.
I'm
You know,
I'm kind of curious as to how that would have been the case.
I mean, I'm looking at. Okay, no, that doesn't make any sense in the case of. Well, he just kind of points at Apollo. Yveltal?
Look, I get it. I was kind of a menace to Castor back when we were growing up. That doesn't quite account for Yveltal being my patron.
You escaped
I
death,
mean-
didn't you?
Out of character, could you say that one more time?
You escaped death, didn't you?
Well, I kind of got that part of me from my mom.
To be fair, if someone escaped death like that, wouldn't they be more akin to reclaiming said death and not patronizing them?
I think Yveltal put you on a task, rather than just blessing you.
He just kind of looks back at Lupol like, you know, she's got a point.
Paul has to think for a moment. Maybe. Not quite sure about that one yet.
I'd probably look into it a little bit more.
Well then, I'm going to think on this for a bit. You have your whatever you're doing there, Apollo. Yeah, I'm gonna leave you to it.
And what about his opposite?
Who, Xerneas?
Yes.
That's what Padrock was blessed by, but considering circumstances, I wouldn't say that he was chosen at young age, but more on the spot.
That's how I'd see it, yeah.
Tell me something. Legendary beings are revered for their wise and, well, their wisdom and their age. That's always the things they can do, right? Why am I being cut out? Testing, testing.
You may want to go ahead and reset the connection.
I just did that.
Am I right?
I literally just did that.
I don't
Brainfart
know-
isn't the problem.
Don't know why the connection's fucking up right now, but let's try this again.
It's like, tell me something. Legendaries are revered for their wisdom and age, as well as the things they can do, right?
Some of them
Yeah.
are, yes.
Do you think they would pick someone just on the spot, out of nowhere, without thinking about it?
Without consideration to the circumstance,
Now here's the mix-up. Here's the thing that I'm curious about. Apollo was given life. But yet, in Paddock's case, someone's life was taken.
equivalent exchange.
I think there's something deeper going on here. Because they got the opposites of what they should have.
How does that explain Jirachi or even the Lugia?
That Lugia is a bit, shall I say, eccentric?
That's one way to put it.
I think he's a
Mhm.
special case.
I remember when we first met that Lugia back in that one cave and just happened to come right on in and everybody mistook it for a monster.
Maybe he was curious, or who knows? I get the feeling he was probably testing you. If anything else. Of course, I
I'll
can't.
be honest. If there's anything, could you imagine if what would happen if I had gotten Zygarde as a patron?
Well, the
I
world
dare
would be a
say-
different place, at least.
I dare say having eyes everywhere like the one that we met up further on the road, that would be a weird experience.
But a bit of advice that I can give you. You may want to look into your patrons a little bit more. Learn a little bit more about them, perhaps even try and talk to them.
I've actually done that recently, believe it or not.
And did you figure out why you were chosen?
No, but the reasons why I sought them out originally was for completely different reasons. I was trying to learn a different move that they knew. This puts a lot on the mind.
Food for thought. Speaking of,
Why are you? Speaking of,
maybe we should give these two lovebirds some time alone.
well, there is an old friend that's a little further down the river if you want to have a little chat with them. Points over to the Nicket. It's like, they are a bit of a traveler. You might get some stories out of them.
Certainly. I'd love to meet your friends.
Yeah, go ahead. Carpenter's like, oh,
afternoon.
Good afternoon, dear Apollo.
Hope your day has been going well so far.
It has been a lot better now that you're in it. I hope your day has been going well, good as well.
It's been couple paces before looking back north toward past the tavern where he'd seen Esmeralda. It's definitely been something.
Hmm. In what way?
Levi's godmother is out of the slammer, and she witnessed a previous associate of theirs do something that was very wild, but it ended up working.
Really now?
Normally, when people take Gigas, they go absolutely insane and they go on a rampage that usually ends up with them dead. This just resulted in Mega Evolution.
That's definitely news to me.
I'll say, it is giving me hope that we can finally close this chapter in Cassia's history.
I would honestly be happy if we could close that chapter too. It would be for the better for everyone, honestly.
That said, there was something I wanted to ask with your help with.
Oh? Anything for you? Sure.
Let's head to the training yard.
All right. Sorry. Hang on. Practically, Arisella is just stretching real quick before she preps to jump herself out of the water. That's flippies. It's hard to move on land. Also, I needed to stretch. That ended up
So,
working.
Fast travel to the training yard. Ready, fire, aim.
Ready, fire, aim. Whoa! Yeah, because I don't know where the hell it is. Thank you.
It's like, just leave your girlfriend behind. Yeah.
No,
good
no,
job,
no.
guy.
He has permissions to move Arisella.
Oh no, I moved you both.
Oh, thank you.
So, I was here the other day with Fierme,
Mm-hmm.
and I learned a little trick.
Oh yeah, I think I remember watching you train that day.
Apollo focuses for a moment as ice begins accumulating around his horn. Dashing in, Apollo slashes past the dummy using Ice Blade and misses
Was
horrendously.
so dumbfounded by love that
He's swooning.
Right, we're just gonna forget that happened. But you know what?
Arisella pretends to look away, whistling innocently. There we go. She didn't see it, and now she looks back and she's impressed.
Right. So I learned how to make popsicles out of people I encounter on the field. Additionally, Paul says, shaking the remaining ice shards off his horn, for spinning about and sending a slash of energy at the dummy.
Oh, damn.
I learned how to do that too.
My, you've been so busy. I do remember watching you train for that Ice Blade, but the Psycho Cut is new.
I've had that trick down for a while, actually. Learned it naturally, and it does fit in with what it is I'm trying to accomplish. Now, could I ask you to show me just a few of your water attacks on the dummy?
Me? I mean, I guess you did get to see him a little bit. Hang on, let me find the sheet real quick first.
yep, double click your token.
Yeah, okay, yeah, I found. Thank you. Anyway, I guess you do deserve to see a few more of not just my water moves.
Mhm.
Well, I suppose so. I'm assuming this has something to do with your ice abilities.
It has to do with something I want to try and learn from you.
Okay. Well, now you have my attention. All right. I'll help with that. Let's just aim at the dummy and go for a sparkling aria then. Let's do that. Let's try that. She warms up her voice with a nice little sparkling aria to demonstrate on the middle dummy, the one that's been taking all the hits.
Okay?
Something like that. Oh, you want me to do more? I'm assuming that, right?
If possible, yes.
Well, Happy to oblige. Sorry, just looking over. Let's see. Okay. I had to make sure. I've looked at this sheet all of like 2 times. After that, she raises her voice slightly. Shut up, Glacy! I'm not going to aim at Apollo. Thank you. So then she raises her voice slightly higher for a high voice and misses horrendously. I don't know how that missed. I'm having a bad day. Sorry, I had to read things over. Okay. What the fuck?
It bounces around.
Stop it, little thing. Don't make me laugh. Stop it.
The dummies are very funny.
Ironically, I only have 2 like attacking moves that are water. Let's try that again. There we go. That's better. Guess I wasn't warmed up enough.
1 second.
I guess I could use the status move, technically. I'm waiting on you.
All right. Okay. So, when I see you conjuring all that water energy, like I saw you doing with Sparkling Aria, Apollo pauses a moment. I don't see myself being able to sing nearly half as well as you do on my best day. But when you feel that water energy welling up inside you, when you're calling on it, like, how do you describe the mental process of that?
Well, oh god, this is hard. Damn, I'm sorry. Wasn't expecting to be put on the spot like this. I guess when I think about that, it's really just focusing on a lot of memories, I suppose, and just thinking about what makes me happy to conjure such songs, and it just comes out like that.
Okay. Out of character, I need to look around at something.
No worries. I just get to pat the Apollo while he's thinking. Give good little head pats.
Out of character, Glacy, this actually is a yes on same type advantage. And
Oh
I'll show
yeah,
you why.
right. I remember that now.
That was another reason why I wanted to do this. Also, did you see my message?
Your message.
DMs.
Oh. Click. No, but we can make a accommodation for that for a different move.
Okay. So Apollo has to think for himself for a bit. He then gets himself set on the ground. He starts thinking after watching what Araceli was doing with her own attacks. Energy seems to start swirling around his horn again.
She's watching intently.
It's unstable, but not going wild just yet. Yet Apollo is holding his ground for the time being. It sort of peters toward ice, but then moves away, back towards ice again, and then it coalesces into a sort of wavy form around his horn. Apollo then steps forward, very careful about his footwork. But as he approaches the dummy, the energy coalesces into a light blue, almost like what you'd see out of ocean water at a tropical resort. And then he attacks.
Oh, nice.
Funnily enough, that attack actually hit harder than the Ice Blade and Psycho Cut attacks. Paul steps back a moment. Hold on a second. Okay. Focus like that, and okay.
Okay.
That's like putting on a pair of gloves that I haven't worn in, I don't know, 33 years.
Quite the natural additive. Oh, Dan, it's gone. Quite the natural, honestly.
I mean, Apollo begins sitting back and scratching the back of his head with a paw. I was technically a water type in previous life.
Oh. I'm surprised you didn't try tapping into that sooner then. She kind of
Never-
just looks sweetly at him.
It never occurred to me to even try, but I think I'm going to be keeping that one in my back pocket.
If
I
you would
think I
like,
would-
you can show that.
Let me find where this ability keeps on relocating itself to.
Pictures.
Well, I'm glad you've tapped into it now, at least. It's quite a nice look on you seeing you use water attacks like that.
You think so?
Of course I do. You acted to it so naturally. It's kind of amazing, honestly.
I'm glad you think so.
But of course, Apollo. She puts her flippy and cups his face a little bit and just rubs it there gently.
Hold on a second. Apollo leans into the cupping until Aracela can hear
Oh, so cute. She's actually giggling in character. That's my Apollo.
well. Shall we head back to the lake?
I think we shall. So I can give you some proper snuggling.
That sounds like the way to spend the rest of the afternoon.
I agree, my dear. What the fuck is my typing? I can see why you were DMing me viciously, Glacy, out of character. Like, get the fuck in here. Come smother your boyfriend.
I DM'd you, and then I realized, oh hey, she's probably sleeping, so I went over
I'm
to
fucking
check.
lying. No, it's okay. I was ending soon anyway. It's alright.
Hey, I know you're chocobo racing, but come play with your boyfriend.
You don't need to tell me twice. You didn't even like. All you would need to say is like, "Aura," and I would fucking go running.
I saw you having fun chocobo racing, so I didn't want to interrupt.
Yeah, no, I was about to end it. You're good. Oh, and there he goes. Someone's got the zoomies. Goodness gracious. Oh, whoops, hang on.
Over here.
Goodness glacialis.
Oh, no, I was doing it at the same time. Goddamn. Great minds think alike.
Bloosh.
Hang on, let me just flippies. There we go. Flippy the flippies. sorry, Glacy. Expect lots of silliness if I'm here.
Oh, I fully expect it.
Okay, good. Now back to good cuddles.
In fact, they encourage it.
Good cuddles.
So who else do we have for town session today?
Well, if Calabi wants to interact with Brinia, unless someone else wants to do something as well.
You want to pass that theory along to the theory along that Olivia was given to Levi so he can react accordingly? Be my guest.
I mean, yeah, you would kind of get a psychic message just before he gets over to where the Nicket would be, and just says, "So my parents may have made a interesting discovery that I didn't think about until now." Which is going both to Levi and Padrock, by the way.
What you got in mind?
So, theoretically, you know how our patrons, well, granted us their power and such?
Sure.
Yeah?
It may have been preordained in our younger years.
What?
Yeah. Mother thought it was a little strange that Xerneas gave Padrock their power, and Yveltal gave his power to Apollo when Apollo was given life and Padrock had his taken away.
Well,
Do you see where I'm getting at?
Not really. My thing was kind of an emergency, you know?
That's what I said.
Xerneas is one of the few that could have saved me there.
Yeah, but that's what I said. It could have been preordained, but at the same time, equivalent exchange was brought up?
But then
Now-
Apollo would have died if it was equivalent exchange.
No, he was granted life, thus someone had theirs taken away. That's what they're
Okay.
saying.
Then who died?
Apparently you. But you came back.
Then if it was equivalent exchange, then I would have stayed dead.
I don't know. Like I said, it's a little bit of a I don't know how to explain it. I'm still a little shell-shocked by it, the mere fact that I was literally babysat by Jirachi as a kid.
Hey, Padrock, real focus.
One moment. I had to refresh the page where my character sheet is currently closed. Is it hold shift and double click?
Yeah.
Yep.
There we go. Okay.
I'm surprised Levi's not mentioning anything about the babysitting.
So
No,
thinking on
oh,
it,
good.
someone related to you did die. Long, long ago.
Oh.
And she's the reason you became the way you are. Or at least tried to.
Oh, that's grim.
Oh.
That doesn't connect for me, though.
Circumstance. May have been just
Like,
coincidence.
I get you talking about his grandmother, but I don't get how this connects to the Xerneas thing at all.
The person who lost their life. It wasn't you. It was someone related to you.
But she
There's
was at the end of her life, pretty much.
there may be some bridges that have yet to be crossed, or rather, yet to be learned before we get to the why, I suppose.
But yeah, as Oluvi said, like he's a little shell shocked still because he still hasn't really pieced everything together.
We'll have to talk about this more out of character, Lacey.
But yeah, aside from that, I'm just clearing my head right now. I felt you two should know. I'm surprised Levi's not laughing at me about the babysitting thing.
No, not. Trying to figure out where this piece fits in with Lydia.
Yeah,
I'm it's honestly a relief to hear you had someone looking out for you when you were so young.
I didn't know it at the time is the thing.
Levi would just go ahead and get up and move off for a bit in thought.
That being said, closing connection for right now. I'm just gonna. Yeah.
You do.
So Levi would glance at Padrock and simply say, if it was just a matter of keeping you alive, they would just do that. Not go the full route of giving you, of blessing someone, right? Where the heck did this come from? He's gonna. Actually, I'll wait to see if Padrock has a response or not. Sorry.
Sorry, I didn't catch completely what you said.
Oh, Levi was pondering a bit and looked at Padrock, supposed to be saying, if it was a matter of being spur of the moment, they would have just healed you and called it a day. The blessing wouldn't have been a factor. So, there's more to this story that we don't know about yet.
Out of character consideration, Xerneas only wakes up at certain points in time. The fact that he was awake for that moment.
I doubt that was the factor.
No, I know.
Well,
I'm just saying.
there was special circumstances, and Xerneas had sent that one Absol out to pick me up to bring them to them, so
Carry on.
I guess there was something special there, but
I'm gonna roll. Levi's gonna cross his arms in thought and just look up to Padrock. Maybe that had a factor, but at the same time, maybe Aluvi's on something. But, or rather, their mother. Either way, I don't think we know enough to say yes or no about this yet.
to be honest, I'm surprised you're being so calm about the idea.
Well, let's be fair here, Padrock. Considering my fate was tied to a completely different legendary being entirely, by force, upon birth, the fact that I'm desired by another, if I'm possibly desired by another legendary, and it was at a young age or before I knew it, I'm gonna be honest with you. That's pretty cool. I'm kind of glad that I feel valued to a degree.
I thought your whole thing was not having your life preordained.
My whole thing is not to hell with fate. But I'm not going to deny the fact that, for a fact, I've been marked with necrozma since before I could speak, let alone walk.
Yeah, but if it's the way Luvi's talking about, then it would be us being marked in a different way.
Indeed.
Though,
Oh.
considering you've been wanted by 2 legendaries, imagine if they took that custody battle to court.
I
My
know
God.
I'd want to win. Considering if you guys are quote unquote marked, considering the fact that it won't kill you, I dare say you're fine. If they took it to a custody battle, good lord. I know who I'd want to win.
Out of character, I just had the mental image of Necrozma and Lugia sitting in a court,
They
like
just got like this
par-
grumpy look on their face.
like parents in a custody battle.
Well, I'll have you know, I had him marked before you did. It was like, bitch, please.
But it does still bring up a very important question. Why were we chosen? We were never given explicit reasoning. Especially Apollo. I mean, sure. I mean, since so many people are now aware of the fact of what the truth is about Apollo, the whole thing of the rebirth cycle. Well, I say cycle, but in truth, it's outlier. Excuse me. You can just see Levi just racking his brain on this at the moment, trying to piece everything together. You know what? I'm gonna go talk to my friend. Yeah. I'm gonna go talk to Lysynthia. Though, do you have a way to actually contact Xerneas? Padrock?
Let me check. Padrock's going to focus and try to inwardly look.
So that's no fun. But that's still 2 5s. So. You do feel a bridge. Like you can find traces of a bridge coming from you to Xerneas. Perhaps if you focus hard enough, you can follow it.
There's something there. I don't know whether it's strong enough to chat like they do over the teleporter screens, but there's definitely something. I dig further, but it'd be a bit awkward to interrupt Xerneas with a sudden psychic message in the middle of the day.
So when would be an appropriate time?
Padrock shrugs. Do you think I should try?
Couldn't hurt.
All right. Padrock's gonna focus again.
So, you try harder, and you get a faint voice telling you another time.
Okay. Sorry for bothering you. I was just testing it out.
Another time.
And with that, there's the mental hang up of the phone.
That was loud.
Never used that one before.
Either way,
So
Levi's gonna see
you were
that.
right.
Oh, good. Yes.
So, but like Padrock's like, you see Padrock close his eyes, focusing. The kind of focus you get when you're talking to someone. He opens them, and the first words out of his mouth were, "Yeah, you were right."
So, you've made a connection then.
Yep.
I see.
Ah,
Then in that case, let me go ask Lysynthia.
there's not really any other news I can give you. It pretty much got told another time.
Levi just walks over and puts a paw on Padrock's shoulder. What do you mean? You make contact with your patron. That's more than enough news for me. Though. And with that, he's gonna head down. Provided I can move the token. And look on at the two lovebirds before moving along his way.
And then the 3 lovebirds, and then the other 3 lovebirds.
And then past the the two trios.
There are many lovebirds in the air.
Yeah. No joke. Cross over and grab the fence. Or jump over and grab the fence for stability. Before getting to the other side of the lake and moving around.
Imagine Faranor's just looking at you like, what the hell are you doing, dude?
Despite there being Mews and everything, he's just gonna just walk past the Mews like they're just normal Pokemon, giving a simple wave and moving along with his life.
More like Mew Mew.
I wasn't prepared for that.
Neither was I.
Me legitimately thinking Cinnamon for a moment, like, huh?
He's just chilling in the lake, kind of like having a little bath, and glances over at Levi as he approaches, puts his wings down, and just sits there, giving a little nod.
Hey, Lysynthia, how you doing?
Fairly well. Just enjoying the sunshine, the wind, and the water.
Fair enough. Though, a weird question came up among my team that I figured I should ask. Of all the people, why choose me?
You have potential.
Potential, huh?
That and, well, goes a little deeper than that.
Is it something I should be asking, or is it something I should be discovering, or...
To put it simply, you and your friends were supposed to meet at some point.
Hold on now. You know how I feel about fate.
I know, fuck fate.
Correct.
I'm not going to say your meeting was preordained, even if it sounds like that. It absolutely sounds like that. But let's just say certain people, certain individuals knew that it would happen.
We're talking like Ichi, or...
Higher than them.
He just gestures to the muse. Should I go ask them?
No. I don't think they'd have the answers.
Let's see.
You realize you and your friends are here in the middle of another crisis, working to stop it.
He then pauses, and then changes from pointing at the muse to pointing to the Quilava and Bayleaf. I do read, you know. Aren't they like heroes of their time or something?
Or they prevented the planet's paralysis once.
Exactly.
Doesn't it seem strange how almost every single time a world-ending calamity happens, there always seems to be a team to stop it?
Hey, someone has to step up and take care of things.
Yes, millions of people, and of course, some of them are gonna do something about it. But it sounds a lot like those old fairy tales. Always a hero to prevent the end of the world.
Yeah, we've all read the books like that before at some point or another. But
It doesn't always end that way in reality. Sometimes worlds just end. Sometimes there isn't a person there to stop it.
precisely. He would just shift his weight to just sit at the edge of the water. They sit down at the edge of the water and just have his feet dangle in the water for a bit.
But certain things that happen in this world are foreseen. I'm sure your friend knows all about that.
I think I know who I can ask about that.
So, when these events are foreseen, certain actions are taken to ensure they're stopped. We knew decades ago that you and your friends would meet. And we also knew decades ago that you would get involved in this mess. We didn't know the exact events that would happen, we were never told. But they knew they would. So when you escaped, who sent you out into the wind and made sure no one would follow?
When I escaped, You're saying it wasn't just of my own volition.
Yes and no. You're clever. That's one reason I saw so much potential in you. You know your way around the most dangerous situations, and you know how to get out alive. You always have.
Let's just call that luck.
But I won't lie if I... Well, I'd be lying if I said that I didn't help push you along. Give you a little tailwind. Help make it so that you can be followed.
The little breezes in the middle of the night. Just a bit of a push. If it was a matter of scent, I'd be tracked down. If it was a matter of speed, they could have caught me. If it was a matter of pacing, I knew what I was doing, but so did they. But at the end, if you consider all those factors, I thought I just had a really good head start. I did, but
You did.
and then came the efforts to hunt me down, from the false missions to everything else under the sun.
Can't help everything.
No. Otherwise, I wouldn't have potential now, would I?
Sometimes you just have to survive on your own.
Been doing that long enough. But I think I'll join you and just enjoy the weather for now.
I wouldn't be opposed.
And with that, he just kind of reclines and uses this tail as something of a prop to just lean back and enjoy. Well, enjoy their company. And that's all I got for now. Because it's also getting late.
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like we should probably
Call it a night.
stick it here. Yeah, stick it
Yes.
here.
We can do anything else in downtown.
Yep.
But that said, that is the end of session 98. We are 2 sessions away from the big 3 digits. Can you believe it?
I could believe it.
Kind of insane, though.
Soon we shall reach the grand milestone.
We shall reach greatness.
Did somebody say milestone?
Honey,
No, I said milestone.
Why are we policing how Miles speaks?
Because they be shouting.
You keep that tone down, buddy.
Put it down, why don't you, boys? You're on my lawn. Get off of my lawn.
All right.
Do we have any comments before you go off and raid someone?
Once more I'll say, sass, straight, you're cute.
shut the fuck up. I thought you'd be
Where's he
tired of us
wrong?
being. I thought you'd be tired of us being cute after dealing with it for a whole weekend.
Oh no, it's just. I mean, I've gotten my break from it, and by that I mean 24 hours. But I expect it.
Don't get annoyed.
It's like I said, I have grown to expect it at this point. I'm fine. But
Now, what was
No.
that noise?
something like that. But no, Apollo's learning water skills now, huh?
I say it's about damn time. Sorry, honey.
Like, sorry,
to
I'm
wa-
sorry.
You care to weigh in on this one, Paula?
He might be away.
I'm
No?
here. I was turned away trying to deal with something on my end.
No worries. Yeah, you care to weigh in on the fact that you're trying to learn some water skills?
It was an excuse for me to pull Sarah in here, but Glacy showed that little thing to me about getting same type attack bonus for water type attacks, and it's just like, I gotta capitalize on this at some point.
You saw it for fucking dark types, and you're like, bet.
Damn straight.
You know,
Damn you straight.
you say it's about damn time, Sarah, but it sounds like he's letting the water out instead of keeping it in.
God damn it.
All right, AK. I see you. Understood.
God. I flop over and scream in defeat. Too late for this shit.
I laughed too hard. God damn it. Now, see, Glacy,
Hmm.
this theory of yours. Threw everybody for a
Just a
loop.
game. I mean, what?
I mean, there may be a couple of holes here and there, but I gotta be honest with you, I kind of want to see where this rabbit hole goes. I'm gonna poke and prod at this for a bit. I'm gonna be real with you. Still, another plot point for me has been closed as well in regards to another drug has been created. Well, good drug has been created.
God damn, you're just fucking cooking all the drugs, you guys. I look away for 2 seconds.
Yeah, Huey Lewis would be proud.
Damn right he would.
To be fair, all the drugs are doing good things.
Drugs.
Although we still have to find a effective delivery method for the anti-drug for Gigas. That's not. I'm gonna go ahead and drink this. Otherwise,
it may
we
have to
will.
be through darts.
It may be 2 darts. Otherwise, we're gonna have to literally take people and just force them to drink down anti-drugs. And I'm like, I'm not sure people can do that, and/or it's a good idea, and/or it's ethical. May also have to add a sleeper agent to the medicine to after the Gigas has worn off, nighty night.
Yeah, considering that the effects still seem to be present.
Yeah. Sorry.
Easy.
Someone's getting
Um,
tired.
To be fair, I'm laying down. That's on me. Hold up. Otherwise, Olivia, you were having a key with your parents. I appreciate that.
Though I didn't expect him to come and just casually blow my mind at a happenstance.
Yeah, that was funny.
It's just like, I was babysat by Gerardson.
He was the star of the show.
Shut your mouth.
Ha ha, very funny, Glacy.
Jesus.
Yep.
Also, I just realized M Creations ATS. God damn it, Badrock.
It was a lot of fun doing the 2 different scenes, like talk with Danica, with Eaton. Too bad we didn't get to that idea of a Padrock, but it's no
Wait.
biggie.
What was the idea for Padrock?
Parents coming into town.
Yeah.
Oh,
We did do a lot of things.
Yep.
Yeah, we haven't had a town session in a while, so I think everybody was kind of.
Gearing up for doing things.
Let's see. Right now, are we still looking for a raid target?
We are. And also, this is the picture that 8000 made.
I fucking love that.
I'm gonna kick your butt twice.
I have a suggestion if you're
Uh,
willing to listen. Oh, go
mhm.
ahead, hon.
I have two. We have Hero Corky, who is just chatting, and we have Bristol Beeger.
Okay, you read my mind. I was about to suggest Bristol because she's playing Wild Frost right now.
I was gonna suggest my buddy Kelta or Bristol, so I guess Bristol it is.
Well, all of us said Bristol, so I think we know who's getting the fucking raid.
Yep. So I'm just gonna copy that name.
Here, Apollo. I think I found something that you'd like.
Oh god.
So we are gonna raid Bristol. They are a good bee. They are currently doing. What are they doing?
They're playing Wild Frost.
Wild Frost. I have not heard of that, but should be.
Neither have I, but she likes playing those kind of games. She's a good beecher. She's a fucking nerd, but I love her. She's practically my twin.
So we will be raiding Bristol, and next week we will be having a fun big old mission. Hope you guys are ready.
Oh, right before the holidays too.
Yep. We'll definitely be taking the 24th off, but next week, gonna have some fun. Hope you're ready.
Oh, I can't wait to watch. You guys better stay tuned.
And hope you guys had fun and enjoy time with the bee. And we will see you next week. Take care.
Bye-bye.
Bye.